Good morning, everybody. It is 8:30 on March 4th. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. First thing on the agenda is public comment. Do you have anyone here for public comment? Not seeing anyone in the room. If you're on Zoom, your raise hand button and bring you up.
No one's raising their hand.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Next thing we have is an interview for a vacancy on the Clear Creek County Board of Adjustment.
Michael Stewart or Mike Stewart.
Oh, I see an M. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, you're gonna see something pop up on your computer asking you to join as a panelist.
He has accepted it and should be joining now. Hi there, you can go ahead and turn your camera on if you want, or unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. If you're able to turn your camera on, that would be nice, but it's not a requirement.
My camera is supposed to be on. So, and you guys kind of have me at a disadvantage because I don't use Zoom a whole lot. But I hit settings and it said it was on. If you want me to turn it on, I will, but I don't feel it's necessarily that. Wait, start your video. Let me start my video. There I am. Okay.
Hey, good to see you.
Just a boring old white guy.
I can identify with that. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Stewart, and we are going to have some questions for you. Before we jump in, could you please just describe yourself, your qualifications for the job, your interest in the job? You're applying for the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. My name's Mike Stewart. I'm 71 years old. I've lived in Clear Creek County since 1988. I served on the Planning Commission for about 10 years. And then I served on the Board of Adjustment for about, I don't know, till like 2021 or 2022. I'm a retired geological engineer. Anything else?
I think that's a great start. Colleagues, what questions do we have?
I'm sorry?
I said, thank you. I think that's a great start, and I'm asking my colleagues what questions they have for you.
Thank you.
Do you want to just briefly tell us why you want to come back to a county commission?
Sure. Like I said, I was on between the Planning Commission and the Board of Adjustment. It was probably between 15 and 20 years I did things for the county. COVID hit. And frankly, I got burned out on doing it. That's a long time to do it. And, you know, the practices got awkward, if you know what I mean, during COVID. So I just needed to take a break. I was considering it, got a email from Beth that said that they were really short on the Board of Adjustment. I don't know if they're short 2 regular members or if they're short 2 regular members and 2 associate members, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know, but it's not a real well-known board, but it's extremely important both to the citizens of the county and to the county itself. So I'm retired. My wife and I travel a lot, but I do have free time and I'm looking for things that are community service based. So I contacted Beth and she said, there is an opening. So I applied for it.
Thank you.
This is Jody Hartman-Ball. I don't know if you can't see me. So since you've been here since 1988, there's been a lot of changes. How do you see the direction of Clear Creek going?
Well, obviously, since the revenues from the Henderson mine are way down, That has impacted the ability of the county to, the revenue streams are down. So, and I think the county's done a pretty good job adjusting their services accordingly. For a long time, I thought that Idaho Springs and that area would become heavily gentrified because of Clear Creek's position in the transportation network. We're between Denver and Summit County, Eagle County, yada, yada, yada. Clear Creek County has a lot of outdoor things that you can do. I believe that people are picking up on that. So I really don't have a good understanding of how the mining revenue is going. I think the county is working toward, and quite correctly, providing a better introduction to the tourist things that are done here. And as more people move up here, you'll get a better tax brace that way. So Clear Creek County is going to be a small county in the mountains between two large population points for an indefinite period. And I don't see that changing. It'll get a little different, but I don't see it being a whole lot different than it was, since probably in the 21st century. It was definitely different in the 20th century, but I don't see it being a lot different.
Thank you.
Let me add to that. From the Board of Adjustment perspective, a lot of people, a couple things are going on. A lot of people who are fairly hardy and understand how mountain things work built the original houses. As they have as they've gotten older and aged out, they're being replaced by people who are younger, not necessarily understanding what the requirements are in the mountains, and their needs are changing. That's where the Board of Adjustment comes in. A lot of the cases that we saw in the teens were people who moved into a house on a mining claim, didn't have a garage, very cold up there, so they were looking for garages and things like that. And those cases were fairly easy to resolve. So that's kind of how I see it. I think you see a change in the people, but the Board of Adjustment provides a process for people to have a variance on their property for a very given set of reasons.
Thank you. And I know that was kind of what I wanted to dig into, is a little bit of your philosophy when cases come to you, and then a little bit of your history since you were on the planning or on the adjustment. I think I'll start by asking, a lot of these requests sort of asking you to balance safety needs, community safety needs with private property rights and an individual's needs. Which side of that equation do you tend to land on?
I land on the side that makes the most sense. And it's not necessarily a binary situation. It kind of depends on the circumstances. The Board of Adjustment is a really kind of it's a trickier position to work with than, say, the Planning Commission, because it's a quasi-judicial grouping. So your decisions are final. So you have to take into account why the person is going for the adjustment or the party is going for the adjustment and the background on that, and balance that with the fact that there are somewhat nuanced but very specific requirements for getting a variance. And you have to work really hard on staying within those boundaries and providing adequate documentation in your resolutions, so you don't run into circumstances where you do the slippery slope kind of things, where if you grant one for somebody, the other next person says, well, you did it for me, why can't you do it for them? So you've got to really pay attention to what the important criteria are and make sure as a body you stay within those criteria. In terms of public versus county, it's a case-by-case circumstance. A lot of them, it's the safety issue for the drive. For instance, I'll use the garages again, because that's a pretty easy one. By providing a garage, you may be impinging on a boundary or some kind of a situation like that, but it's not hurting anybody. However, you're providing your constituents a safer place to park their car, and things like that. So do I fall on the county side or the public side? I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Thank you. I mean, you obviously have a good appreciation for how unique these cases can be. Let me ask you another question. How, in your previous time on the Board of Adjustment, was it common for you to support something other than the staff recommendation in a case?
I'm thinking about that. It wasn't necessarily, it's a different process than the Planning Commission. A lot of times the staff would provide background information and recommendations. I'm trying to think, it's been a while and who I worked with. Probably 80% of the time, it was a pretty clear-cut thing. And so you would go with the staff recommendation, maybe even 90%. A lot of the other time, it's not, it was a very collaborative process. The chairman that we had and the people we had that were wonderful. So you would sit the applicant just right in front of you, and it was just kind of like having a talk with the commissioners, with staff, and with the applicant, and you just work through the issues, and the outcome would, be the outcome. I'd say probably 95% of the time, we resolved it in one meeting and what they needed to do. The other ones, we continue it, and then they would come back. But I'd say the staff did a pretty good job of supporting this. And since it's such a small size case, you don't have quite as many factors as you would say if you were doing a large planning commission type of case. So I'd say by and large, I supported the staff all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. I also generally go along with my staff recommendations, and sometimes there's good reasons not to. Other questions? I have one more.
I have no more. Thank you.
I'm good.
I want to ask you about this public safety conversation. I want to dig in just a little bit more. In the short sometimes feeling long, sometimes feeling short, 6 years I've been on this board, my awareness of wildfire risk and the risk that of wildfire on that a single home can impose on a whole community or a whole region has become acute. And my philosophy has changed a good bit when it comes to driveway deviations, et cetera. Especially as also the properties that are left to build on get harder. I think you deal with kind of a different nature of case, but I think this might come up. Do you share that perspective that maybe today versus years ago or sometime in the past, it's more important to focus on wildfire safety?
Well, funny you should say that. I'm meeting with my insurance agent at 1 o'clock to discuss wildfires. I live on 4 acres, probably a mile west of King Murphy off of Witter Gulch. And wildfire stuff has changed tremendously, probably since I was even on the board. I mean, you had the big fire in Denver that woke people up. You always have fires in California. And we're still insured, but some of our neighbors are not. So from a safety standpoint, it's a good question, but I really never dealt with a wildfire issue when we were on the Board of Adjustment before. I don't really see it impacting it a whole lot, because you're only adding one structure to a property or something like that. So you're really not changing the dynamics of the whole property relative to how they would behave in a wildfire situation.
Mm.
I guess that's just another parameter that you have to look at on the Board of Adjustment. But I mean, I totally agree with you. The wildfire stuff is completely different and critically important to Clear Creek County. I mean, they just spent a ton of money fixing up Witter Gulch so you can exit to the 103 side as well as to the Evergreen Parkway side. So yeah, it's really important.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think that's all my questions. I will describe sort of our process moving forward. But before I do you have any questions for us?
No, sir, I've done this before, and it's actually an interesting job, and I would be happy to do it again. I do travel a fair amount, so but in the past, first Thursday in the month, we can schedule ourselves so that we're home and I can come to the meetings, but I can't guarantee I'll go to every meeting. I don't know if they're available by Zoom or not, but I probably wouldn't even participate with that because it just doesn't work very well with this process.
Well, you could call in if it's an important meeting, correct?
Yeah, I can call in and things. Yeah, if it's a super important meeting, like if it's the second meeting after we've had a continue, if it's a second meeting after a continuance, of course. But part of the problem with this is that you see a lot of, people will bring in designs, people will bring in information. There's a lot of questions about what is it about this design that makes it eligible for the variance. So you kind of have to be there and see that and interface with the people directly to really get a good feeling for what's going on. So if it was a super important one, I could call in.
How often do you think you would miss meetings?
Not very often. Like I said, we've done this before for many years, and we mostly travel around. We have a 25-foot motorhome, so we travel around in that. Probably take one long trip, 2 or 3 week trip a year. We schedule around it most of the time. I mean, I don't know if it's on there, but you could go back and look at my attendance record prior to this, and it was probably 90-95%.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And just on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for applying for your past service, decade plus of service on our boards and commissions. Clearly, you put a lot of thought into your work. As far as next steps for us, what we will do is our county manager will ask us individually whether we think we should appoint you or not. And our goal is to have a decision within 2 meetings, so within a month from today, by the first Tuesday of April, either be appointing you or explaining why we aren't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm available in April. Actually, my daughter's getting married April 13th in Seattle. So other than the first week of April, I will not be available.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
And have a great day.
it. All right. Bye-bye.
Next on the agenda, county commissioner updates. Who wants to start?
I can. Good morning, everyone. I had a interesting time. It was good. I have had several meetings I wanted to highlight. I went to the Henderson Mine Community Partnership, and they gave us an update on mine operations and future work. They are still continuing to work and they're still hiring. They bought a couple motels, I believe, in order to provide some employee housing that they hadn't been able to find for their employees before. Their employees hadn't been able to find. So that's encouraging for their operations and for our tax revenue. I met with some staff who are concerned about both the 32-hour week and the pay ranges. And have brought that up briefly to the county manager, but we'll follow up on that as well. Let's see. I attended the Governor Polis's office had an update for statewide leaders. So I attended the governor's meeting by Zoom with about 600 other people. But it basically came down to, we have to be careful, not to overly rely on federal funding because it may not be there. Let's see. I attended, two fundraisers, one for King Murphy Elementary in, my neighborhood of Evergreen. The school is doing really well and everyone was really supportive, of each other and of the school. I also went to the, Mount Evans Hospice fundraiser. Mount Evans Hospice serves a lot of our community members here, and I find it a worthwhile charity. And then I met with the Education Foundation Director, Mitch Houston, and former county commissioner, who gave me an update on what they're supporting and gave me a tour of the new bike tech and ski tech areas, which are a very exciting experiential learning program at Clear Creek High School, which leads to internships with Loveland and elsewhere, and, you know, future employment. So thank you. My update.
I did some of those as well. We learned that the Henderson Mine and Mill is building a $60 million water treatment plant. And I can't help but to think that maybe that's part of the process for the reclamation, for them to clean the water when it's shut down, because I don't think they put $60 million into something that, you know, doesn't have a long-term effect. I attended the Dr. Cog where we went over some federal funding. They talked about the freezes and I got an introduction to that. CCI, CCAT and CC4CA are still going over all the bills, you know, deciding to support or to put them on the back burners. I also did a mapping class called Codex through NOCO Places. That was pretty interesting. One of the things that they talked about for Clear Creek is they didn't have a lot of mapping information until the last couple of years. And Clear Creek has been really good in submitting a lot of information for them to update that, Clear Creek and Gilpin. So I think that's it for me. Kind of some of the same stuff that Rebecca was doing.
Thank you. Yeah, that statewide meeting was eye-opening for sure. You may have seen Senator Hickenlooper has something at 2 p.m. on the 6th. Have you both seen that? If not, I can get you the information. Just talking about what he's doing and what's happening at the federal level. I had a couple of testimony items. I testified for CCAT in opposition to a bill that would remove the prohibition on local governments working with ICE. The reason to oppose that is that we cannot do our jobs as local governments and do the federal government's job for them. I'm just going to presume that everybody in this room has the right documentation to be in this country, and I would point out to you that something could happen to you and somebody that doesn't have the right documentation could witness that, and you're going to want that person to be comfortable calling you, or not calling you, calling law enforcement. You're going to want that person to be comfortable calling Department of Human Services if they see a child abuse incident, et cetera. So we can't maintain trust in our community and work with ICE. So did that. The bill was did not pass. I testified on this bill, which made it out of the Finance Committee, that would put a fee on septic systems to a small fee on new septic systems to help replace old septic systems. Pretty compelling story out of Clear Creek County about what happens when people's septic systems fail and they can't afford to repair them. Also, and I know you both were in attendance as well. Allocation 101 with CCI was really good. And this was about all of the different sources of state funding into our departments of human services. And that was very informative and something that I kind of immediately got on the phone. I called the director of the GROC to say, hey, the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Commission, to let them know that the state could be pulling back on some of their investments to address the opioid crisis, for example, and those regional dollars might need to fill the gap. The state, in addition to the federal government doging everything, the state is facing now a $1.2 million budget deficit. I think that's going to make our budget conversation really difficult locally next year, even more difficult. Also, lastly, I have on the 14th, there's a CCI steering committee meeting from 8 to 3, roughly. I have a Jefferson Center Board of Directors strategic planning receipt at the same time. So I'm gonna be at the Jefferson Center.
Yeah.
If one or both of you.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've got it on my calendar.
great. Thank you. That's all for me. Brian, County Manager updates? Oh I'm sorry, one more thing. Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Commission is doing a 3-county listening tour. They're gonna be in Clear Creek on March 27th from 1 to 2 p.m.
I'm sorry, 327.
Yep. The intention is to get all of the county appointees to the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Commission to together to talk about interest, as well as hear from any members of the public about what they're seeing, experiencing, what they think they need, etc. And this is hopefully part of the intent here is to encourage people to apply for that funding. The more locals we can get to apply for that regional funding and bring it home, the better we're doing. So that's the last thing on my list. Brian.
Good morning. Sent all 3 of you an email this morning to move the tour of the mill and the mine and the mill site. So moving that to July is what they're recommending. Heard from one of you already. It's July 17th or the 18th. That's a Thursday or a Friday. Sounds like I think it is a better experience in the summer when it's warmer and you get to see more. So if you let me know that, we can get that coordinated. Have now heard from all 3 of you on the board and commission interviews. So we're going to Beth is working hard to get all those set up. So you'll see those coming on future meeting agendas. Mayors and commissioners meeting next week, Tuesday morning at Marion's. Colton's again working with our other partners from the municipalities with respect to kind of a little bit even more of a deeper dive into the tourism data, which you've also got on your agenda today to further that conversation in preparation for that meeting. Public Safety Finance Committee or Finance Team meeting with all the municipalities is next Monday, 1 p.m. at the Health. I think that's at the Health and Wellness Center. I didn't write that down. 1 p.m. I'll say more about that when we get to that item on the agenda. And then finally, the resilience team. I know we had some conversations about whether you wanted to reconsider the appointment there. The EDC has further discussed, they obviously kind of debriefed the mixer and the Saturday morning. They're going to continue with the broader invite list. So you'll all be getting invitations to those in the future. So I don't know if there's a need for, if the board desires to change that appointment. We're not having any regional representation from specific neighborhoods either. So we're not asking for that. The board isn't, or the director isn't. So I just throw that out there that you're all going to be getting the invites. If that's a meeting you want to continue to attend, you certainly can do that. So I think that's it.
Okay, and my apologies. Two things I should have mentioned. First, I serve on the board of our local coordinating organization between Gilpin, Clear Creek, Jeffco. They're applying to be the local coordinating organization again. Triad Bright Futures. We also have an early childhood council, which is an older organization with kind of a lot of overlap. The early childhood council is attempting to, in kind of a last minute way, the application deadline is in a couple of weeks. Apply to be the LCO. They elected not to apply to be the LCO a couple of years ago when the universal pre-K program was started. These local coordinating organizations do two things. They coordinate universal pre-K and they work on childcare systems implementation. It's the latter where there's a lot of overlap. So let me try to be more brief here. The ECC is applying to be the LCO.
LCO stands for?
The local coordinating organization, and Triad Bright Futures is also applying. It's my opinion that if the ECC wants to have a conversation about avoiding duplication and joint applications, et cetera, they need to start that conversation more than a month out from the application deadline. And you may receive an email from them asking for support for their application. I'm not going to provide that support. And I would encourage you not to as well.
I was gonna jump on that too, and I don't know if this is part of Megan, but March 5th from 6:30 to 8. They are having a community for people to attend.
And who's the they? Which one?
This same organization, it's
Early Childhood Council?
the Bright
Triad.
Triad.
Yeah.
I shared that on our socials, and I also made an event on the website so people can RSVP on the website if they want to on our calendar.
Cool. And it's virtual too.
Did you say
Yep.
6:30 to 8?
6:30.
And, oh shoot, tell me the date again.
March 5th.
Oh,
So Thursday.
okay, there's also a Dr. Cog that afternoon. It's a very busy day.
There's
I-70 Coalition.
5 meetings for me.
Ah.
4 books there.
They add up. And then lastly, Boulder County is working on a late bill that I think we'll be interested in. It is to give counties the ability to enforce federal laws on U.S. Forest Service land. It's not. Recently, we've seen another big drawback in U.S. Forest Service investment in our land, like as in, I say our, as in the people of the United States. I don't know that we have I know we don't have the resources today to decide that we're gonna do the federal government's job for them on U.S. Forest Service land, but having the option. And
Well, just being able to thin in a particularly fire-prone area that threatens our, community would be helpful.
this is more about criminal law enforcement.
Oh.
This is about being able to address criminal activity in the forest. So I think it's something worth supporting, and I'll be attending some meetings and
Yeah.
helping that concept.
Makes sense.
That's all. Sorry to drag us back.
All right, my friends. This is kind of pertinent with all the snow that we're getting right now and all that kind of fun stuff. If you're ever unsure if the county is going to be closed or anything like that, you can sign up for text alerts. And the minute I find out the county is closed or on a delay or anything like that, I will send out a text alert right to your phone or your email. You can sign up by going to clearcreekcounty.us, scroll all the way down, and there's a link at the bottom that says notify me, and you can sign up right there. We're also going to be launching construction updates, also through Notify Me. So you can sign up for those coming up here pretty soon. So that's just a really good way to stay informed. Another thing is it's respiratory season. Measles is kind of going around the United States again, all that fun stuff. You can get vaccinated at Public Health. Public Health is encouraging everybody to make sure they are vaccinated. They have all of the recommended vaccines for all ages. You can make an appointment online by going to the Public Health section or just Google Clear Creek County, make an appointment, and you can make one online. Or if you feel like calling the old fashioned way, you can call 303-670-7518. That's all I got.
If you are living up Fall River, you're going to be wanting those construction updates. There's a lot that's going to be going on up there this summer.
We're also planning a meeting up there eventually. So yes, more to come on that.
Next, we have abatement hearings. We have 3 abatement hearings. We have the assessor here.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
That's Jenny.
Colleagues, would it be helpful for us to ask Peter to just kind of describe the structure of these abatement hearings?
Sure, thank you.
I don't think they'd say no after that great introduction there. So generally speaking, you'll find that the assessor has already communicated with the individuals. These are situations where, of course, the assessor has made a valuation or proposed valuation of a property. Individuals appeal pursuant to a process. It's reviewed by the assessor's office. And if the assessor's office doesn't agree with the initial appeal, it comes to the board for you to make a determination, but based on a number of factors. The assessor, Donna G, is actually really good at explaining some of those criteria, and we'll go through the packet. The packets are in your electronic packets as well. They'll have comparables in it. And then, of course, because this is a hearing, we allow the applicant or the appellant to speak here and offer their justification, and then the board gets to make a decision. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. So what I'll do is I'll ask Donna to describe the case. I'll ask the applicant to add anything, and then we'll ask some questions. At a really high level, the way we do property tax assessment in Colorado is very constrained by statute. And so our job is to just kind of interpret the statute. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room. So Donna, which case should we start with?
We're going to start with Sun Springs, and we have Jenny here, who I've been working with closely on this case. I am recommending a partial approval for this one. Every 2 years, the assessor's office evaluates property values based on the sales approach, including commercial properties. Most of Colorado does the same for commercial properties. The 2023 and 2024 values were set by sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. The property owners have challenged that value. The property was purchased in the assessment period, so that did set the value for the property. So there were no comparables run on this because this is one of the comparables that would be used to determine values of other properties. However, they did bring to my attention that this property is 50% residential, 50% commercial. We did previously have it at 20%, 80%, 20% residential, 80% commercial. So I can correct it for a tax remedy for 23 and 24. So I am recommending a change to the 50% and 50%. And for 23 and 24, and I did put the dollar values on there for you so you could see what the previous value was and then what the recommended abatement refund is. For 2023, it's recommending $6,203. And for 24, it's recommending $6,224.
Okay, thank you. Is it Jenny? Did I get that right?
It's Jenny.
Do you have anything to add?
Oh, Donna pretty much summed it all up. We did recently apply for an extended stay lodging license, and we did submit that to our local city hall. They're still under going an inspection checklist before we could get our license, but we did apply for that and submitted all of our documentation.
So if it does change again from the 50-50 to additional residential, just let me know and then I can change it as of the first of the year and increase that residential. Residential is assessed at 6.7% as opposed to commercial, which is 27%. And that's why we're seeing that tax remedy fix here for the 23 and 24 tax year.
And just one additional thing, the reason why it's being brought to you as opposed to Donna just being able to make a correction is because of the fact that there will be an adjustment and money will go back. So it comes to the board for approval for that.
And that's why it's listed as partial approval?
That's correct, because I can't change the dollar value of the property because that was set by the purchase price.
Okay.
Other questions? Opinions? Seems pretty straightforward to
Mhm.
me. So if our intent is to support the assessor's recommendation, usually the motion sounds like move to accept the assessor's recommendation and reference the case number. This is R 25-28.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Aye. Just violated a rule that I have for myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna, which one should we do next?
I have Jenny Mountains next. And she was gonna attend. I'm not sure if she's there or not. She might not. I did speak with her.
I can make more. Jenny,
And her name is Catherine.
oh, I'm sorry.
Jenny Mountains, but.
That's correct.
So-
Oh, I was like,
Sorry.
I see a KR, oh, Cat Foreman?
That could be Catherine Richard.
No, just kidding. That's somebody with the advocate.
Okay,
Oh, KR. You think that's them?
I think so.
Okay.
So this is 29-30, 29-20,
29,
25-29.
29. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, she is rejoining as a panelist. Hi there, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and turn your camera. Perfect. Hi. Hello.
Hello, thank you for being here. We are going to ask the assessor to describe this case, and then we'll ask you for any additional comments. We may have some questions for you as well. Thank you for being here.
Hi,
Donna?
Catherine.
Hi.
Every 2 years, again, the assessor does evaluate values. For 23 and 24 values were set by sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. This was an abatement for 2022 and 2023. I have been in contact and working with Catherine on this one. Her plea was she thought that the Golden Hill mining claim was split in half, and it's not split in half. It does have mining claims or BLM land attached to it, so it kind of, this is in your exhibit. However, we did make some changes based on the information she provided us. So the property value for 2022 was 12,000. That's the dollar value she was recommended for 2022. The 2023 value she was recommending 12,000. Based on a change that was that the information Catherine had given us, we are recommending a partial approval for 2020. We denied 2022, and then 2023 value, we are requesting a refund of $54.82 for taxes.
Was that a change in the slope of the property?
That's
Oh,
Okay. Thank you. It's Jenny, right? Yeah.
no,
Catherine.
Jenny Mountains.
Sorry, Catherine, Jenny Mountains.
Sorry.
What do you have to add to that, Catherine?
So I was just, well, I don't know how to say this. If we own the full, if Big Tree does not cut into the middle, that's fantastic. On the board agenda background, under analysis, it states that the claim is cut diagonally in half by the Big Tree mining claim and is irregularly shaped. And it says the assessor has verified this to be correct. So I was just curious, is the assessor saying that it's that it is cut in half?
It is not cutting half, but it
Okay.
is an irregular shape because of the BLM land attached to it. It's a
Okay.
typical mining claim, 1,500 feet by 600 feet.
Okay, and how do I get documentation for that?
You could get a survey done to confirm that. We are not survey accurate, but you can
Okay.
see the mining claim. They're typically rectangular in shape. If you look at other mining claims, this one
Right.
is rectangular in shape, and it does have the little additions to it is the BLM land that was
Right.
combined with the property.
Right, okay. Okay. Okay, I guess I don't have anything else. Thank you very much. I really appreciated Ms. McGee's help with all of this and Ms. McGee's help with this, and just everybody's been so delightful to work with, I have to say.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. Questions? Just for the record, just to clarify, the memo does state that the mining claim is cut diagonally in half and is irregularly shaped. It says the assessor has verified this to be correct. You're verifying the irregular shape, not the cutting in half.
That is correct. It is not cut in half.
Just want to make sure that's really clear on the record. Other questions? I forgot, I always try to make sure this question gets asked. Do you agree with the assessor's recommendation, Catherine?
Yes, if it's not cut in half, then I'm okay with that.
Okay. Excellent. I don't have any other questions. Opinions?
Can I make a motion? I would like to make a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation of partial for approval of R-25-30.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Catherine. And last. 2530. Is the applicant with us?
He will not be joining us today.
We do have confirmation that he received.
Yes.
This is we always have to make sure that they receive the notification, and
I spoke with him yesterday.
sometimes in your packet, you'll see certified mail. Sometimes she'll say something like that. So Donna, please proceed.
Hi, again, I'm gonna say it, that we do evaluations every 2 years. This one was not purchased by any means within the period. 23 and 24 values were set by sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. The property value for 2024 was 42,910. The property owner has indicated that the front topography of the property is steep. We did not have it as steep. So we, based on this information, which I know is to be correct, we are recommending an adjustment on this property. The assessor is requesting to adjust the value to $23,010, down from the $42,910, with a tax refund of $404.39.
Thank you. Questions?
Okay, so I asked Brian.
This is for 2024.
I asked Brian this and he gave me a perfectly good answer, but I'll also ask you. In my neighborhood, there are a lot of cantilevered houses, expensive houses on steep slopes. So somebody from your staff or you went out to observe it?
That is correct.
So what is it, 90 degrees, 45 degrees or?
It's pretty steep. It's, this one happens to be located off of Trail Creek. So which is by the Phoenix mine.
Oh, okay.
So that's pretty steep over there. I don't know the exact slopage, or the degree, but it is really
Is it
steep.
something you could walk up?
With not easily. Not easily. You'd probably have to pull yourself up on trees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty steep.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions?
Yeah, we try to get out and look at them as much as we can. And during reassessment, when we're looking at 15,000 properties, we don't always have the correct information unless the property owner brings it to our attention, and then we can go out and look and verify the information.
And there aren't other houses in the area likely to be built
No,
over?
not on this area. And this is vacant land. Yeah, there's no property on it.
This is one of these formulaic things, right? Like the state provides for if the property's steep, it gets this kind of.
That's during my analysis. So I do the analysis every 2 years, doing a regression analysis to determine values for property characteristics.
Very good, thank you.
Other questions? Opinions? I'll start. I support the assessor's recommendation.
I do too. Thank you.
I will make a motion to accept the recommendation for R 25-30. Sorry. What's the number again?
Yeah.
You got it.
Oh, okay.
Dash.
No, that was the last
Or
one.
29.
I don't have the number.
David Mosh, 2530. Yeah.
30.
2530.
25-30.
It was out of order on the agenda.
Sorry, we did go out of order.
So we've got a motion.
I think Jody just made a motion.
Yeah. Would you say?
Second.
Okay.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
All right.
Donna, congratulations.
Thank you, commissioners.
My
Thank you.
neighbor.
Have a great day.
I would like to make a note that Donna's team worked hard to get these resolved ahead of time. And I know Beth had personally reached out for notice, which has been an issue in the past. So the process is improving quite a bit.
Very good. Thank you.
I agree. That was very well done. Next we have Board of County Commissioners action items. We have the consent agenda. A little bit confused by the consent agenda because what happened to item number 1?
Item number 1.
Number 1, go up a section.
Oh my goodness. Okay. This is why I'm confused because I'm reading the wrong item. I'm so much less confused now. Does anybody want to remove anything from the consent agenda? I do. I want to discuss the regional broadband advocacy letter. Any others? I'm going to read the first 3 items. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of the February 18th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Item C, consideration of approval of a letter of support for the project support grant application. I would welcome a motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
So moved.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Jody, Rebecca beat you to it. Would you like to second her motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item D. I wanted to pull this item off. I support the letter and I just want to ask for a little bit more of an explanation in the letter because this is such a persistent issue. And let me find the letter references of the 3 concerns to raise to the broadband office. The fact that incumbent internet providers lie to the government about the number of homes they're serving. They do this with specific intent. I shouldn't say that, but pretty clear that when you apply for broadband funding, you have to show that the homes you're trying to serve are underserved. And so a good way to mess up somebody's broadband application is to say, no, we're serving those homes. It's common practice by incumbent internet providers. I've heard about it starting in 2019. But I think it preceded that. It's been going on for a long time. And I think right now what it says is that Mountain Broadband cost $1 million application not to be accepted. I would like for this letter to have a few more sentences about how many homes they claim to serve that they did not, how many homes are still not served because of this activity, right? And just provide a little bit more detail. I think that would be really helpful as we write a letter to the AG and the chair of the CDO.
And just mention that they sometimes ignore that there's a mountain in the way.
Yeah. So I mean, and so just for context, you guys probably, of course, you read this in the memo. Gilpin, Netherland, and Clear Creek are signing on to this letter. And so Gilpin County has a work session about it today. And Netherland is going to talk about it late March. Both of those organizations know that I'm asking for this. And I think assuming you support the addition to that letter, I think what we can do today is approve the letter with that addition. and trust staff to, get the actual writing right so that we're out of the way and the other two organizations can deal with it.
Does that work for you, Brian, or do you need more from us?
So that's perfect.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, I think you do because we're
Yeah.
on consent, right?
Yeah.
So that would be a motion to approve the regional broadband advocacy letter with the additions suggested by the board.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. I did send Beth an email with a little bit more detail about what I think could be in there, and thank you, Beth. We are going to jump in next to the Board of County Commissioners action item. The next thing on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution 25-35. Before we jump into that item, I want to give us 5 minutes. I need a cup of coffee and a little bio break. So we will reconvene at, let's say, 9:31. Okay, we are back on the record. It is 9:35.
There we go. He's here.
We're here to consider approval of resolution number 25-35, considering rezoning case 2021 RZ-002 to rezone a parcel on Silver Lake from R1 to planned development for the purpose of establishing a 39,990 square foot, two-story structure and parking area that allows a restaurant and retail uses for Myers.
That one's a typo. It's 3,990, not 39,000.
I was like, wait a second.
Large.
Thank you for the clarification. So colleagues, this is your first land use case. I know you've seen boards do them in the past. The way that this is going to go is we are going to hear a presentation from staff. Then I'm going to do public comment. Then I'm going to ask for the applicant to offer anything in addition. After all of that, we will ask the questions that we have. Once we're done asking questions, we think we have a unified understanding of what's going on. We'll share our opinions and talk about whether we're going to approve this or deny it or table it, or I think those are our three options. So Amy, please.
Yes, so just, I'm going to give a brief overview of what we're going to do, and then I'll hand it over to Garrett to deliver the presentation. What we have, the amended agenda included a summary PowerPoint that will provide to just give more of an overview of the packet, which, as you probably noticed, was rather voluminous. And so we'll start with that. There was also a more detailed PowerPoint in the packet that dives a little bit deeper into the technical material. Our intent is not necessarily to deliver that presentation, but to start with the more summarized presentation and then see where we are in this in the material and how familiar you are and what questions you have to try to split the difference between trying to be concise and help you make sure you understand the material that we're providing. So staff are here to answer your questions and wanted to make sure we're providing the information as clearly as we can. Not only is this your first land use case, staff have not presented a land use case to the Board of County Commissioners in quite some time. And this is a particular type of land use case that is a little bit unusual because it's a planned development. And Garrett will talk about what that means and what the unique characteristics are of that. So with that, I'm going to introduce Garrett McAllister, who's online. He is our planning manager. Garrett.
Hi, thank you. I'm not sure the best way to do this. Maybe would it be possible to share the presentation on your end while I read the staff report or the memo on my end?
Yes, Megan can share that latest. Yes, that one.
Perfect. Okay. Great. So this is a rezoning case 2021-002 for the Silver Lakes planned development. Just a little bit of background on planned developments, as Amy was kind of mentioning. This is a zoning district in our zoning regulations that really allows for creative and flexible development concepts that are otherwise not provided in other zoning districts. The intent here is to kind of stack a few different uses together on a property where the current zoning doesn't maybe allow the sort of more creative or flexible approach. And in this particular case, the request is for restaurant and retail uses. Really just means it's a custom zoning district. So there's a couple of specific uses listed here, and then there's some specific development standards, specific setbacks, building height limitations. There's a plan for lighting, parking, landscaping. It's all in the ODP, the official development plan. Next slide. So just a little bit more background about this project in particular. It was submitted in October 2021, has been through several iterations as part of the planning process. The full application and all of the materials are included in the commission packet, which includes the staff report, the full application, referral agency letters, and then public comment. The subject property is currently undeveloped. It's legally described as Lot 8 of Unit 3 of the Winterland subdivision. It's generally located at the northeast corner of Fall River Road. You can see on the map there, and Alice Drive in the St. Mary's area. Surrounding zoning is kind of a mix. There's R1 zoning to the north, some commercial zoning to the south across Fall River Road, Silver Lake to the east, as you can see, and then R1 zoning to the west. There is an R3 parcel directly across from Alice Drive as well. Referral agencies were noticed in October of 2023, and all of the referral letter responses are found in the packet as exhibits B through F. Adjacent property owners were also noticed in October. They were noticed again on January 30th, 2025. I just felt because of the time gap between the public notice, it was appropriate to notice the public again that this was going to public hearings. There's quite a bit of I would say there's quite a bit of community support for this project broadly, and all of those comments are included in the commission packet as Exhibit H. Next slide. So at the Planning Commission hearing, there is a presentation that I provided in the packet, and then I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the issues that came up at the Planning Commission hearing. There were really, I think, three main issues that came up. One is the existing location of the retaining wall on the northwest corner of the property. There's a sort of a small retaining wall because the property slopes upwards to the north, and the retaining wall is needed for just the design of the lot layout and the parking. And our standards for the grading and excavation regulations require a 5-foot setback from the property line. It's currently on the property line. So that was an issue that we discussed. Another issue would be snow storage. There is a plan for snow storage, or it's shown on the site plan, but there needs to be some additional information for retention of the snow before it's discharged. And this is just a requirement of our road design and construction manual and the environmental impact review as part of our zoning regulations. And then the last piece, and maybe sort of the biggest outstanding issue, is just the access to the property. It's currently proposed from Fall River Road. According to our regulations, the road design and construction manual, it should be from the lower functional classification road, which would be Alice Drive. But the applicant states that the access via Alice Drive is impractical. As I mentioned before, it slopes upwards to the north of the property. And so accessing off of Alice Drive onto the lot would sort of potentially create some design challenges and maybe even some safety concerns with a steep driveway. So with all of these issues, really the final say resides with the Public Works and Site Development Department. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we discussed this a little bit at the Planning Commission hearing, and the Planning Commission recommended approval because these outstanding issues will be reviewed at the time of site development permitting, and the ODP will be amended as needed. Section 910.2 of the zoning regulations allows for this. There's sort of two different ways the ODP can be amended. It's either which I put in italics here, the planning director can determine that the changes are minor in nature, and there's some criteria for that. Or if the changes are a little bit more significant, we can bring this back to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. Currently, the retaining wall and the access are out of compliance with our zoning regulations. So if they were to be moved, if the retaining wall is to be moved 5 feet away from the property line, and if the access was to be moved from Fall River Road to Alice Drive, it would actually bring this more into compliance with our regulations. And so the planning commission was comfortable with the planning department making those changes if needed. And without needing to go back to the Board of County Commissioners, but we can discuss that process. So I would say, in conclusion, we can go to the last slide, thanks. Generally speaking, the staff supports the underlying land use, sees this as an opportunity for St. Mary's to gain some amenities that are currently lacking. Really, I think the big hurdle that has been cleared here is the connection to water and sewer service for a commercial use. I think that's always a big challenge when it comes to commercial development. And so the fact that there is water and sewer service here is a big plus, a big benefit to the development. It also appears to support several of the master plan's economic goals. The underlying land use and the future land use map don't directly align, as we discussed in the Planning Commission hearing, but the proposed retail and restaurant use really do provide important services and amenities to residents and visitors. And I should note that a number of members of the public just talked about a lack of a kind of central meeting space up in St. Mary's, and this could potentially act as a community gathering space as well. So it appears then that staff believes that this proposal is in general conformance with the master plan, and really it's just a matter of resolving some of these sort of site-specific development issues that we discussed earlier. And so at that, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 in favor of recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Happy to answer questions, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Garrett. Anything else, Amy?
I mean, I think that what I would add briefly is just that there are that the main points that I think Garrett made and the Planning Commission grappled with is that the nature of this particular rezoning being a planned development asks the applicant to make several site-specific commitments at this stage, which is combining making a lot of site-specific plans very early in this project, when a typical rezone would only be considering the land use in general without having to bring all of the site plans to the table at the same time. And by conflating those two things, which is what a planned development is, it adds a lot of complexity to the question. And I think that was what the Planning Commission was trying to find a way to move forward with in a way that was that didn't place an undue burden on that didn't allow the process to be unduly burdensome. And I acknowledge that the elements of the site plan that you brought, that we could potentially find some ways to resolve those things that did not perfectly comport with zoning regulations, and that they were the nature of those of the zoning of the elements of the plan that did not meet zoning, that there were paths to resolve those after the fact, and that staff and the Planning Commission both felt comfortable in approving this request.
I just have a really basic question. ODP, what does that stand for?
Official Development Plan.
Thank you.
Did I get that right? Official? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've been up there and I can see the need. It'd be nice to have a restaurant, not just have to rely on Alice School and bringing in food.
Okay, thank you. Let's do public comment. I'd like to do public comment between the staff presentation and the applicant so that the applicant can have a chance to respond to anything. And then, of course, we may be inspired to add to our list of questions by what the public has to say. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do I see any public comment in the room? And if you're on Zoom, please find your raise hand button. If you could please just pretend there's a podium right here. Actually, one is about to appear. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you,
Yep.
Please state your name, roughly where you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Awesome. 3 minutes, that's gonna be the hard part, okay. Hans Holkern, it's 119 Brook Drive, up in St. Mary's. And, yeah, I'm here to, support for this, this development project. I think, as you've already heard from staff, there is a need up in St. Mary's, I think, for having a central kind of a gathering spot for a lot of different reasons. I think one of the things that we can all agree on, I think you've probably heard before, is that having a place where people can gather, maybe to have meetings and discussions, kind of like your, what is it, Mario's, or where you guys go for? Thank you. I gotta keep track of the, because I'm all up the hill only. We like our own Marion's up there, to be honest, where we can also just kind of have a coffee, have lunch, whatever, get some people together and meet and discuss. But also things like groups that need to meet for other reasons, for planning and chatting about what's happening in the community would be really good. Also for safety reasons, for having a place where if there's an issue, we have a central gathering spot that we can use as a communication hub, as a place to meet if there's any kind of things going on in the community up there. We're pretty isolated, as you know, if some of you are up there quite a bit, or if you live up there, you have to rely on each other quite a bit. So having that central spot, I think would be super important for us up there. I know Garrett touched on the economic development stuff for your master plans. I don't know much about those, but I know it touched on kind of that economic diversity, having employment for different levels, also kind of touching on the growth possibilities there for a tax base or whatever else. But for us, it's more on just being able to have a gathering place. I will say that we have some 60, almost 70 short-term rentals up there, which, that's its own topic, but we have people that come up there and then they have to go down the hill every time. They want to get a coffee or a sandwich or go to dinner. I think we can cut back on a lot of the mayhem on Fall River. Just if people are up there, they have a place to go, that they can go locally instead of having to jet down the road. Even for myself, it would be nice, like if you feel like going out for dinner, I don't have to drive down the hill to go to dinner. That would be very sweet, to be honest with you. So these are some of the reasons I have. And I don't know if there's any other question from you to me, or if I'm still within my 3 minutes.
You are. And so please continue to add anything you want. We aren't allowed to do that a lot.
Oh, no, that's fine. We'll go just in the one-way direction. Yeah, so back to that, I think is to reiterate that kind of central hub for a meeting place, kind of mitigating some of the need to have to go down the hill all the time. And of course, we have people coming up there. I know tourism is one of the factors as well on the plan. It's item D or whatever. It's, we have tourism up there. One of our colleagues up there had referred to the whole idea of the St. Mary's Glacier as being, he called it an attractive nuisance. I thought that was a clever term. It's like, people are going to come up there all the time. That's just how it is. And of course, we need to, recognize that they're going to be there. People are going to come up that hill. And if they need to meet each other, if there's a problem, or if they need to get a sandwich or a coffee, or they need something, they'll have a place for that, which we haven't had in the past. So I think that's, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Appreciate the comment. Anybody else in the room? As you just heard, please state your name, roughly where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Bart Bachman. I have a home that is just 2 lots adjacent to this. And I'm in full support of the restaurant and the meeting place. I echo most of what Hans said, so I don't need to repeat it. I do very well know the previous owner of the abandoned restaurant and lodge that's right there. Joan and Iron Emerson own the restaurant and the ski area. And I know most of the locals that have been there since the seventies and eighties, and it did fill a void. People did meet there. It's talked about fondly. It is on the road that is essentially the dam for the lake. And the intrusion of the water caused the floor to sink, so they had to condemn the building. But at the time that closed, there very much was a void. And Brock, all the longtime locals loved the ability to meet, and they've missed it ever since. So I think it would fill a need for the short-term rentals. I know I'm really close, and it does not bother me at all that it'll be there, and I'm just in full support.
Thank you.
Hi, Frank Brown, 735 Silver Creek Road. First thing I want to say was congratulate to the two ladies,
Thank you.
commissioners. Welcome. And we hope you guys have a chance to make history today. Anyway, this is very exciting for us. Very exciting. I don't know why I get emotional with this stuff, but anyway, it's overwhelming, the support in the community. If you'll see in your package, you'll see the cards and cards. And as he stated, when the other two, the ski resort, we had a ski resort, we had a lodge, and they're all abandoned. It's all closed down. And like you said, we only have the old schoolhouse and bring our food in. And we got locked out of the schoolhouse for the past year. We had some board members that were kind of button heads, and so the community suffered. We had no place to go. That said, this is exciting. It's very, very exciting. And not just exciting, but y'all are going to make history today. You'll give us back a place. So thank you. Oh, no questions, right? Okay.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online?
We do have one person raising their hand.
Okay.
Daniel, I'm going to promote you to panelist. He's rejoining.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Daniel, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
He's there. There we go.
Hello?
Hi, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Hi, Daniel.
Oh,
Thank
awesome.
you. If you could
Hello.
please start by stating your name and roughly where you live. You'll have 3 minutes, and thank you for coming to provide your comment.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Bevilacqua. I live on 44 Beaver Road, and I just wanted, I don't need the full 3 minutes. I just wanted to chime in and say I completely agree with everything that has been said so far. I think everyone in the room has said it best, and I would just like to add my +1 to their comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
We do have another person, Eddie. Promote Eddie.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ed Hochschild. I'm on building in 91 Woods Court, and just like everybody else, I just wanted to say I support this, and really, like Frank said, really hope you guys make history today. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised.
I'm just finding Zoom buttons can be difficult. I'm just gonna hold silence for about 10 seconds here. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Thanks to everybody who made comment. Yes, every land use case is an opportunity to make history, for better and worse. So, next, let's hear from the applicant. Mr. Myers, what do you have to add to this?
Well, I can give you a little bit of a background on go back 4 years ago and how we started this and Adam Springer at the time was the head of the planning department. And when I was approaching him about, what we were looking to do and what I would like to do and to minimize risk, he recommended the PUD because of the flexibility of it. I build houses. I only build houses in St. Mary's. I'm completed 8, 9 will be done here in the next few months. Have two more scheduled this summer, not counting this build. So I'm, like very familiar with the area, very familiar with the building up there and everything. Commercial restaurant is something that I have zero experience doing. So that was my biggest concern with Adam, is the possibility of being able to minimize risk a little bit, so that, if we do this and it doesn't work out, and we've had some community feedback on that also, is the concern that, if a restaurant doesn't make it, what's going to happen to this building? Are we going to have another dilapidated building for the next 30, 40, 50 years sitting on the lake? So with the PUD, it gives us the option, if something wasn't to work, that it could be converted into residential. So as of now, as we proposed, there's no residential on, to start off. And Adam and even Garrett had mentioned before, when, I was first talking to him about it, when he came on, he said, everybody says, well, we'd love to see residential also. Like, if it wasn't less than an acre, I would love to see residential too. But as you can see in the development plan, we're already so squeezed there with the, parking that we have to have, that there just isn't any room for anything else. I already had to take 5 feet off of the building, trying to keep everything in line with what would be residential. So I'm trying to keep the residential setbacks that are more than what commercial is. I'm trying to keep the height, which is, less than what commercial is, so that if it did go residential, that it would be a pretty easy conversion and it would be in line with residential regulations. The one thing that we would be looked to changing is the access. It is very hairy off of Alice Drive. Right now, if we drove in, you're probably looking at 16 to 18% driveway. We could fill it in enough to where you could probably get 10, maybe less than 10%. But one is the cost of filling it in. We're probably looking at 50 to 60,000 of material easy just to fill in that, to get the driveway up. And also, it's not, your driveway off of Alice Drive would be east facing, so not necessarily completely exposed to south, which leads me to, it's going to be very slick in the wintertime. And my concern is anybody coming in off of Alice Drive on an 8 to 10% approach sliding into a parking lot. And then people trying to get out, of course, on an 8%. Going off of Fall Road puts us at a 3.5%. And I don't see there being any problem with a 3.5%. The retaining wall, I don't think is going to be an issue. Worst case scenario, I think we can finagle the parking lot a little bit to get our 5 feet off. I also own the property to the north of this, so I could grant easement, but I didn't want to go down that road because I didn't want to start anything over and delay anything that we've already done. Just like the access, it wasn't really clear that, how do you go for a variance on a zoning that doesn't exist yet? So it's a little bit of a kind of a background on why the PDU and why not just a commercial zoning. And the number one part is just the minimizing of the risk. It scares the heck out of me, to be honest with you, but I've been up in St. Mary's for 16 years. It's home. I think it's much needed. Everybody's talked about it for years and years. Opal tried a little bit of a convenience store, and that was even before my time. That was probably close to 20 years ago, just over 20 years ago. That didn't quite work out. So, it's risk, right? So, but I'm willing to take it on, and I think with the community support, which I feel very confident in, I think we can make it happen. If anybody's got any questions or anything, I'm wide open here.
Yeah, at this point, let's ask questions of staff or the applicant.
Okay, so I have a question. Sounds like the community is very much in support of the restaurant, but I'm hearing that you're not as confident that the restaurant's gonna succeed and it may end up being two more short-term rental houses up there?
No, I'm confident, and it wouldn't be short term, it would be residential.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, as of right now, I don't know what your waiting period would be on a short term rental anyway. I mean, it would be quite some time.
So do you have like a restaurant consultant or somebody who's gonna help you make this successful?
Well, ideally, I have another friend I was in the Air Force with that just retired yesterday. So he is a culinary graduate and he has experience and all that. And I think he has expressed interest in possibly taking it. I mean, my whole idea is that I'd find somebody like him that would just basically lease the restaurant. Because I don't want to run it. I have enough to do with the day to day with building, residentials or whatever, that I can't focus on the restaurant. I don't have enough time to put towards it.
But he could help you with the design?
Yeah, he could. I mean, there's a sketch in the ODP that, we had to come across because we had to come up with a maximum capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Had to come up with a maximum capacity because we needed parking for the maximum capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very convoluted, crazy equation based on fixed tables, non-fixed tables, how many windows you have, how close the windows you are. So with that, I think the capacity is at 72 or 74 maximum capacity. Realistically, like, I don't know if we're going to be able to serve, 70 people at a time. I could see 40-ish people at a time before we start having waits. And then I think you're going to get to a 20 to 30-minute wait. And then people are just going to say, okay, thanks, but no thanks. And they're just going to drive down Idaho Springs. So, I mean, I don't think there's going to be this huge, there's not going to be 150 people sitting out there, waiting to eat or anything like
Yeah,
that.
but a new restaurant, everyone's gonna go check it out.
Yeah, I mean, and I hope so. But I mean, and it's going to be I think it's going to be a learning curve for everybody up there as far as, like, even with hours, like, we're not sure, of course. June, July, August and September, I expect to be, fairly good. But you get into November, December, January, February, and March, there's a good possibility that we're only looking at weekends. And we're looking at weekends, I mean, predominantly to serve the community up there. I see football on Sundays, stuff like that. We have also retail on there. My whole thought with retail is I wanted 600 to 700 feet just so we could also put out and say, here's 600 feet for anybody to do whatever they want to do with it. Whether it be a coffee shop or there's several artists, very good artists up there, whether it's actually drawings, paintings, and photography. That's another one. Like, there's a possibility somebody could put a little studio up there or something, but, I'd love to see something else be able to feed the community of what's up there.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the bottom unit would just be restaurant, coolers, storage, and all that stuff. And then the upstairs would be the actual restaurant.
And so the one that caved in is not on the side where you're planning to develop.
Yeah, it's across the street,
Well,
across the street and just over just a little bit.
Okay, I thought you said it was on the dam of Silver Lake.
Yeah. That is, yeah.
That is.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So you've got, and this would be if you were applying for a C1, you would be getting largely the same rights. You have the ability to, I think, if we approve this today, you could say, actually, I'm just gonna build housing. Or you could build the restaurant, see how it goes. Is the housing a contingency plan? Like, if the restaurant proves not to be a viable business model?
That's exactly it. I mean, if the restaurant was to fail, and we wouldn't be able to, which, I mean, I am confident that we can make it one because I'm confident I can build this cheaper than pretty much anybody else because I'm a builder. And I have, I I haven't done commercial. Of course, there's a little bit different with commercial. Of course, it costs a little more, but also I think I'm pretty in tune with the overall cost on this thing is going to be. So I'm confident I can make it happen, but just to ease the risk that I'm taking with this is that if it didn't happen and, it closes down, we can't pay the bills and we have to sell it. Now, are you selling it as a defunct restaurant or are you selling it with your options? It's like, well, you can try it and maybe you can make it, or it could also be a residence. Almost like not completely unlike the bed and breakfast up there. If they were to sell that, it could go residential. But and there's 800-ish vacant lots, residential lots up in St. Mary's. So, so I own 19 or 20 vacant lots, residential lots on top of this. And that's what, I got a whole development plan when it comes to Woods Court and Spruce Circle and all that. So there's not the need really to be for this property, I don't think, to be residential specific.
So the restaurant would be the primary goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You mentioned, or maybe in the application, it would be, a place for people to come maybe for, emergency information or something. Will you be building it, with like hardy board and fire resistant materials, or what are your plans?
It'll actually be TJ Log Homes out of Bailey. That's what we're looking at. So you're looking at 14 to 16-inch logs, and the bottom will be concrete. It's kind of a walkout bottom. So just your restaurant second floor will be log. That's important to me because I want it to look like it belongs there.
Right. Well, and big logs are fairly fire resistant.
Yeah, and they're I don't know if you're familiar with TJ Wood Products out of Bailey, but I mean they do a fantastic job. I mean they're hand peeled logs. They're not coped, so it has it's the old school chinking lines, and I mean my vision is this thing looks like it's been there for 100 years, and it's meant to be there, and hopefully will be there for another 100 years. So
thank you.
I have a question and I intend to direct it at Stoy. Is Stoy in this meeting?
Is Stoy online?
Yep, he is.
Okay. So I don't have to dive into that topic right now. I don't know, Jody, maybe.
No, I just listened to all the comments here and read all the comments online, and everybody's super excited about this gathering place, and your honesty in saying that if, this doesn't work out, then they wouldn't have that in the end if you had to turn it into residential or something. I was kind of bummed about that, I guess. Thinking that my neighborhood is lacking that same kind of thing. And the excitement of a place to go to meet, or, snow days where you guys are trapped up there, but maybe you can get around in your own little community and not come down to Idaho Springs. That was going to be some of my questions. Being able to staff a restaurant, is another issue that.
I am way more optimistic about the staffing than I was 4 years ago. So last November, we had a community engagement meeting, and quite a few people showed up, and I was quite surprised with the people that were asking me about just employment options, what we're going to be looking for. There's actually a chef that lives across from the condo units up there that commutes to Denver 5 days a week.
Was that one of them that put the comment, said it, something I'd love to be a cook or something?
I'm not sure if he was or not.
But we're commenting about that
But I was quite surprised, and that's, if it is seasonal, then even the more, because it's such a second home community up there. There's with the condos, you're looking at 325 units up there, and only about 100 of us are full time. But in the summer, I mean, there's no better place to be 4 months out of the year than up there. So, my vision is, we're able to get some teenage help up there and some summer jobs for some of the second homes that come up there in the summer too. So I don't anticipate it being really a problem. But I would have just like a year and a half ago, but just with the community engagement, I think it's going to be.
I was reading also the parking requirements. So you have the 20 spaces and then it would be an additional 21 spaces. So it'd be 41 total or?
No, it's just the 20,
Mind?
just the 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did see some comments. People were worried about parking issues because there's already parking issues up there. How would that be handled?
Well, I mean, it'd be important to understand that I'm not providing parking for the glacier hike.
Right.
So that's like, and how exactly, other than signage and, letting people know when they walk in, the hostess, let them know that when they leave, they can't continue to park there for the next 4 or 5 hours. I do think we're going to get some foot traffic from the parking lots that's already there. I mean, I don't really anticipate somebody necessarily leaving the parking lot and just driving over to the restaurant. So
I'm more worried about people parking in your restaurant and then going and being gone for 6-8 hours.
yeah.
Those spots.
And that's like how exactly we're going to be able to catch that is signage and and telling everybody as they walk in the door. And then we're just going to have to see if there's anything else we can do to encourage people to move along, and things back up.
Our incentives are aligned on that one, right? Restaurants don't tend to enjoy people filling their parking spaces for hours when they're not buying things. Okay, so you brought up parking, so I have a question related to that, which is, I know that we will just not allow you to provide parking for off-site use. There was some conversation and some concern by staff about the potential for people to walk on sort of the undeveloped shoulder of the road to access your restaurant. And I think this is a Stoy question because I think the concern was raised by Stoy. Stoy, can you just expand on that a little bit? And to the extent you have that concern and I'm understanding it correctly, do you have ideas to remediate it?
So the concern that I've brought up regarding pedestrians, mainly along Fall River Road, is not only associated with this proposal. It's just the uses throughout the area there, the current uses and future uses there, where we have several parking areas and a very popular trailhead area that there's no really developed pedestrian access to get from parking areas to the trailhead or, from residential areas to the proposed restaurant or things of that nature. And it's really kind of been highlighted for me as we've been developing road improvement project for this area of Fall River Road, where we're planning to implement some drainage improvements and repave the road, resurface the road. And we're finding just the constraints, certainly during construction that we anticipate, but also just outside of construction as we've been evaluating the area, there's just not a whole lot of room there. And certainly nothing developed that would allow for kind of safe pedestrian routes just throughout the area.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's my perspective as well, is that this is a chronic issue today and the restaurant is not going to materially change it.
There's also, there's a trailhead that everybody's probably familiar with, right? That was in between the two parking lots. The big parking lot is currently shut down. But there's also Fox Mountain. So there's actually two ways to go up St. Mary's. So I mean, 98% of your traffic in St. Mary's, like they're all parking like wherever they can park. And they're walking St. Mary's to the normal rail trailhead. I mean, simple signage could direct them to Fox Mountain off of Alice Drive. There's only 3 houses on Alice Drive, and that's all gravel. So there are ways you could minimize all the foot traffic on Fall River Road if you directed people to Fox Mountain side.
Okay, thank you for addressing that. So since I've got you here, and thank you for being here. I just want to read this because I sent a question to you yesterday. Well, I don't know if it made it to you or not. So your letter, one of the questions was, have your concerns been completely addressed in the conditions for approval? I think the answer to that is either your concerns have been addressed in a condition for approval, or you're confident that you can address them in the permitting process. Is that accurate?
So Commissioner, is that directed at me?
Yes.
In our discussions with the Planning Commission, for their review of this proposal, it was really kind of discussed that these 3 elements that Garrett had highlighted for us, this retaining wall that's proposed to be located under Alice Drive, the snow storage, and the variance for the access point for the proposed project there would be able to be addressed through the permitting process without a need for that to be re-reviewed by the Planning Commission or the Board of County Commissioners. And those 3 elements were the retaining wall. For that particular stipulation, the thought on that is, our current regulations just allow for staff to permit a retaining wall right up against the property boundary like that. And in order for us to be comfortable doing so, we would just want to see that any kind of impacts to the road and the associated road right of way would be addressed through construction and development of that retaining wall. Namely, we wouldn't want a big vertical cut right next to the edge of the road that was unprotected, so that may require some traffic controls. And if we're, having to stabilize that wall, which is often done with some stabilized earth behind the retaining wall that would need to extend in the right of way, that's being done in such a way that it wouldn't destabilize the road or cause some concerns for the road there. So I think that could certainly be addressed through the construction permit submittals. Snow storage area, that area we would require that any kind of snow storage area be drained toward a water quality treatment area, rather than discharged directly into the lake or an adjacent property or something like that. That's something I'm confident could be addressed through construction plans as well. The access point, that one, our access regulations would typically require that access be taken from the lower functional classification, which would be Alice Drive in this proposal. Our standards do allow for staff to process a deviation request of this nature and allow for the access to be developed onto Fall River Road. And in doing so, staff would likely ask that the applicants provide some kind of analysis of just localized traffic concerns. Our concerns are mainly associated with the intersection of Alice Drive and Fall River Road and just the surrounding driveways. Just really localized right around this. It's not really looking for an in-depth analysis on, the increase in traffic that this would generate for lower portions of Fall River Road. We're really just looking at those localized impacts there. And so we may ask that the applicant provide some kind of analysis of what the additional 300 daily traffic counts that this proposed project potentially would generate. If that would generate any additional, negative impacts to the localized road system there, and we may ask that they If so, if they need to put up some additional signage, if that was a recommendation to that analysis, or provide for additional separation distance from the access point to the intersection or things of that nature. But all things that I think that could certainly be overcome with proper planning and so they're not any areas that I don't think we could address through the permitting process.
Thank you. You managed to address a bevy of other questions I had on the traffic. I was curious if you were questioning the projected ADT or just sort of unsatisfied that the design currently adequately handles that projected traffic. It sounds like it's the latter, and inclusive in your yes, we can work this out is related to any traffic impact stuff. On access, I guess this is a silly question. There are probably a lot of people in the room that are qualified to answer this one. If the applicant mentioned a third option and that it's not in the packet right now, of course, the second option isn't either. If that turns out, or some other thing that's not in this packet turns out to be the right solution, there's nothing in an approval today that would prevent that, correct?
Garrett?
Correct. Yep, we have processes in our zoning regulations where if neither of the two options that we've discussed today are the viable solution, we have a process by which we could either administratively approve this third option, or we could bring back a third option to the Board of County Commissioners. So there is some flexibility built in there. Yep.
Thank you. And let me pause. Okay, I'm gonna unpause. I think this is an important time to ask the applicant this question. You've got a proposed development that has a lot of issues, and it's a puzzle that you're going to need to solve, and it could get more expensive. It could, could change what you're trying to do here. I just want to make sure that like you're aware that your expectations are set correctly, that an approval today means that you have a lot of design work left to do, right? It's not a guarantee you can build because you may not be able to resolve all of these things.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the only issue is the access, right? I mean, like when you're looking at everything else, it can be overcome, whether the filtration for the snow is no big deal. It's just a simple filtration plan. The retaining wall, same thing. I don't think it's going to be an issue at all. The access is the access, and if that can't be overcome, then we're just gonna have to go residential. And if that case, then, there's not a problem with the residential coming off of Alice because I don't have this massive parking lot if it's residential. So I'm gonna be able to meander that to the north to cut down on the slope a little bit and come in. So, it's kind of the access is kind of the make or break point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Other questions? I've got kind of a list in this document, but I don't need to dominate this space.
The only question that I have is, you doing this, you're putting a lot of time and you'll be putting a lot of money into this. But when I look at, the projected estimated monthly revenue is $12,000, that doesn't seem very high.
Well, I put this development plan together, not being a restaurateur. So it's, I was looking at this and looking at seasonal, trying to be conservative. I don't want to shoot the moon by any means. So, right now for me at least, never doing this before, it's all a guess. But at that, I can make it work off of that. So.
Okay. That's what I was wondering you're investing in a community more than you are as a big business.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier and I'd make a lot of money faster if I just built a residential house there. But
okay, so then I want to dig into one of the letters mentioned issues associated with trash management concerns, right? Obviously, the thing doesn't exist today. I think I'm going to start with a question to staff. do we have an ability in a zoning hearing to do or say anything about trash management? What I assume I'll hear from you if I ask you the question is that you plan to have bear-proof trash containers.
Actually, I've been looking at like a 20-yard compactor,
Okay.
because with the compactor, it's automatically animal proof.
Mhm.
Do we have the ability to require that?
You can
We
make
do.
it. No, I'm sorry. You go, Garrett. The chair was looking at me, but you answer.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, no, I think we do. We do not, so we don't have trash enclosure or bear-proof standards written into our zoning regulations, which is something that I've actually flagged and thought about. But we can, through this process, condition the project to have whatever kind of trash enclosure is most appropriate.
Because we do have performance criteria, right? And those performance criteria are pretty broad. So that's one thing that I appreciate hearing that you say that you're going to build this. I acknowledge, I mean, we approved a rezone for the Wallstrom Quarry. The applicant promised us right here that he was going to pass the business on to his children and continue to own it. And then he sold it 6 months later. And so I'm not trying to say like, all I'm trying to say is that this thing will be owned and operated hopefully forever. This is a chance to make history and let's get it right. So would you accept a condition on this?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's
Requiring some kind of adequate trash management?
whatever your trash, whatever we have for trash, whether it's going to be a 20-yard compactor or whether it's going to be some kind of bear proof. Obviously, it has to be animal proof. It has to be bear proof. And especially with, you look at, say half of May, June, July, August, September, and you go into half of October. So usually 5 months out of the year up there, you can really squeeze in, which is great weather up there, right? It's like, again, no better place to be. It doesn't do us any good to have trash strewn all over the place.
Right.
So it's, it absolutely needs to be contained. And then also with the compactor, I think we can limit the smell and everything. So, but I think the compactor is really the way to go. It's a matter of, can I get Timberline or possibly Doyle to get on a schedule? Or do I have to buy a truck and take care of it ourselves? And if we got to do that, then we have to do that.
Yeah, I know there's some pretty innovative people up there.
Yeah.
With respect to trash management. And I mean that as a compliment. So can we, board, do you support asking staff to see what you can come up with around a condition about trash management?
Right along with the access point, right?
The access can be covered by our code. So I don't know that we need a condition there. The problem is we have a code deficiency right now. I mean, we really should have trash rules in our zoning code and we don't. And so our opportunity to have trash rules is right now. So.
Yes.
Okay. Staff, you think you can come up with something during this hearing that we can approve that's adequate?
So keeping in mind, of course, that we don't have that actual condition or provision in our code, I think it would only apply at this moment to this instance and this conditional approval. Just so we're clear, it wouldn't be creating a new precedent for anything until we update the code.
Yeah, we're not impacting any property but this one.
Right.
So, okay. Thank you.
And I look back to Garrett as to how he would word the condition, but just so you understand, the commission may also approve this subject to the direction of the modifications that the board is seeking, with the direction for staff to draft appropriate language and conform it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that it's not on the spot.
That's fine. Let's take that path. Assuming my.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? I'm getting close to the end, I believe. Yes, staff and the planning commission are comfortable that by the time the project is built, if it is built, zoning requirements will be met. I wanted to ask a little bit about your public engagement approach. I know of course, we've met the legal requirements for public notification in these hearings, but you got a lot of positive public comment. And it seems like you made it very convenient for people. You built a form for people to offer comment. Can you describe the setting where those comments were solicited?
Most of them were at Mr. Bachman's place. We put out an invite to the entire community, I think 3 or 4 days in advance.
About a week, but everyone is
A week,
invited,
yeah.
everyone in the community.
Yeah, we put out, I mean, mostly social. Social's really the only place to really touch most of the people up there with no other place to go, or Facebook is basically the place to get everybody in touch. I did ask to be put on the agenda for the condominium unit and I was denied. So that was the only other place I could think of where I could get in front of a group of people. I asked to be on the Property Owners Association agenda. They put me on the Property Owners Association agenda, but I think a handful of people only attended that. That was both in person and Zoom. And that with, 4 years. Everybody's known about it really for 4 years. So,
Not a secret.
yeah, that's not a secret.
Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, thank you. The reason I asked that question is because we've had a lot of interaction with the St. Mary's neighborhood around short-term rentals. I have heard and experienced from a person in the room threats, and I've heard about retaliation, about people expressing opinions that are contrary to what an individual in this room is pursuing or believes. And so that's why I asked that question, because what I suspect is that there are people who oppose this project who are afraid to comment. That's what I suspect. And I think it's important in public settings to make sure important issues like this are raised. I know during 2 years ago, during a contentious short-term rental rulemaking process, I heard from individuals who were contacted by people in this room and told that they would be retaliated against if they continue to express their opinion. So that's why I wanted to ask the question. So,
Well, I will say there's a handful of people up there that do not like me, and I don't feel like that's a secret at all. So I think if they really were opposed to it, and I don't see by any means that they would be afraid to speak publicly or at least send an email. It's small town dynamics, right? Of
course. I want the board to be aware that there may be people up there who don't like this and are choosing not to reach out because they fear retaliation, and that I believe there is a history of threatening and attempts at retaliation for people expressing their opinions to this board by people that are in the room. So I just want the board to know that. And that's on my list of things that I need to say.
Well, there's nothing we can do if people don't tell us their objections.
Correct. I have a question about our signage in here. It says, of course, we have signage regulations. I would describe them as fairly loose. It says here, flexibility may be allowed in order to further the purpose intent of the PD zoning district if the applicant submits a comprehensive sign plan for the PD that is determined to be suitable for the PD and provides the minimum sign area necessary to direct users to and within the PD. I'm a little bit, yes, happy to hear that we're meeting the minimum. I'm a little bit concerned that the maximum in our code is kind of high. Like our code actually allows for some really big signs. And I don't know that that's what we're trying to accomplish in that area. It sounds like that's not what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Okay.
As it's, I think Garrett asked me or touched on the signage too, because we don't have an actual signage plan in there. And one, I mean, I have no idea what the name's going to be. So is the name going to be one word? Is it going to be 3 words?
Silver Lake Lodge.
But I mean, either way, it needs to conform. Like my biggest issue with the development of this property, period, is conforming with the mountain community. And with that comes signage. I mean, nothing's going to be neon. I see something simple at the entrance that blends in with the log construction.
Board staff, well, let me start with staff. Staff, are you satisfied with that, or do you think there's a call for some kind of a condition here?
I think it would be difficult to craft a condition, just because we have existing code, and the code is the code. And as long as the applicant, complies with it, I think we sort of have to approve it. Because there is no sign plan to condition or there's nothing to sort of attach a condition to right now. So I'm not sure how we would sort of limit. I'd be a little bit afraid to, or just a little bit nervous about limiting the applicant's ability to do what is allowed in the sign code. I think the sign code discussion might be more appropriate at a later time, just broadly speaking, thinking about our overall zoning regulations.
Yeah. Okay, staff, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Staff, you are not staff. Do you agree with that?
Colleagues.
And the word staff is not a pejorative. Anything else? I that's my last question. Not hearing other questions. We have a recommendation from the Planning Commission for approval. Staff also supports that recommendation. What are our opinions?
I support approving it.
I just did still have another question. Salt had submitted a letter to that, was worried about, you're taking out a bunch of trees and there is an area that fills up with water seasonally. What do you plan on? Is it just you're taking out the trees? Is there going to be any replacement or?
I really don't plan on taking out anything that can be replaced as a defensible space. All right, so defensible space, I got to cut everything within 30 feet of the building. By the time I do that, and by the time we put the parking lot in, I'm confident we can keep our screen on Alice Drive. So all the trees that screen Alice Drive, basically in the right of way, outside of the right of way, say 15, maybe 20 feet from the road. I'm confident I can keep all those. I can keep probably quite a bit on the north, but then also, my lot to the north is also undeveloped too. So that's all.
And then all along the lakeside?
Well, with the lakeside, because of defensible space, I have to cut all that.
And you want the view from your big windows you're going to put in.
Yeah.
And you're aware that we recently enhanced our wildfire mitigation requirements. If you haven't looked at it for a year, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's a possibility of, when we get all done and when we're really looking at the landscaping, like the low spot there is, that was dug out decades ago by Iron. And that was kind of an issue that I think we've just kind of come with, is there's a culvert off of Alice Drive on that corner that drains the 3.5 acres across the street, and that floods my property out in the springtime with the runoff. Now, Why that culvert's there, I'm not really not sure, because there could be a ditch cut along Fall River Road. And it could go in the culvert that's on the south side of the condos. But it doesn't. Instead of that, it floods my property out. But instead of dealing with the whole taking the culvert out, which I was told that I had to get a right-of-way permit, I had to get a sign off by the county, I had to get it engineered. And although it's the county's culvert, the county doesn't have any money to do it. So with that, I said, well, we'll just redirect it. So I'll dig in a ditch, which would be on the west side of that property. And then we'll have a culvert coming underneath the parking lot to redirect all that. So I see that kind of lined with rocks, so it looks nice. And then whatever else we have to do, because we have to revegetate everything that's disturbed. So when we do that, I think we can look at possibility of putting aspens up also, so.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll go next. I support the application as well. I think articulating that you in public comment and the applicant, you did a good job articulating the benefits to the community. I have a keen eye on trying to help the water district keep rates low by adding customers. It's one of the most important things I think we can do for the community up there. And this is definitely going to be a good customer. So I think that's, the only thing I would add to what's already been said. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I saw all the letters, the testimony, the people that are in support of it. I haven't heard a lot from, that's the only concern that I have is I just learned about this. Was it Thursday when it was sent to us? So I've been trying to absorb this all weekend. Something in a community like that could be really big. It could be really great, but it could be a really big fail too. And it could, if you've got the people that, if there's more people than what I see that are against this and it fails, then it's gonna come back on us. So that's my main concern is just that it's done right. It's done conscious of the community, because as far as this being a tourist spot or a visitor spot, I hope that the residents are really taken into consideration, because people that live up there have money, and like you said, they could spend money at this instead of coming down the hill and going up and down that. I even hear complaints from residents that they don't have places to buy t-shirts or just, normal things, that we have to go to Jefferson County or to Summit to purchase these items. And food is a big one too, so.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great to have, we've spoken about that too. A lot of community feedback was like a, grab and go type of situation.
Right.
Which I don't think would be all that big of a deal. I think we could definitely do. Perishables, of course, that's a different story, because we're not going to be able to sell milk or eggs at
There's such a market by the time you get it into the.
Yeah, but I mean, the reality of it is with the locals up there, if somebody's short 4 or 5 eggs, you just come over and get 4 or 5 eggs. We don't have to package them and put them on a shelf. You can just.
You might want to be careful with the egg one.
True.
Hot commodity.
But.
Cup of sugar.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to make a motion or do you want me to?
I want to ask Peter to articulate that motion, because we're trying to do a trash thing. And also, I sure hope there's no way for us to require this, of course. I sure hope that your bathrooms are accessible. This is another huge opportunity to improve what's happening up there. Like our vision for Clear Creek County, I think, should be something along the lines of people were, instead of bringing ham sandwiches, buying cheeseburgers, and instead of peeing in our yards, using the bathroom in that restaurant. Right. So this fits that vision.
Okay. So this is the motion that I would suggest. I move to approve, or the board moves to approve Resolution 2535, rezoning case 2021 RZ 002 to rezone a parcel on Silver Lake from R1 to planned development for the purpose of establishing a 39,990 square foot two-story.
39,000?
3,000. That's a typo. There's an extra 9.
Okay. Yeah, 3,990 square foot two-story structure and parking area that allows restaurant and retail uses for Myers, St. Mary's area, subject to the conditions recommended by the board in today's hearing on March 4th, to be added by staff and put into the conditions of any final form approval.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. You're on your way. Congratulations. History has been made.
That's a so much for everything.
Yeah, my pleasure.
You just confirm with Garrett that there's nothing else he needs before we go off. You're good?
Nope. I think that works. Thanks, Peter.
Hey, thank you also. I just want to compliment you publicly for picking this ball up and getting it across the finish line. Looking at the emails. Yeah, it took me a couple.
I'd like to second that with Garrett too. It's been a pleasure working with you so as long as this had taken and Adam left, and I didn't even know Adam left. And then Garrett picked this ball up here a couple months ago and we really got things back on track. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And it's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Garrett.
And thank
I
you.
look forward to your grand opening.
Everybody. Appreciate it.
We'll be there. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is, where am I?
Taylor Kennedy next.
Yes, consideration of approval of the purchase of the Taylor Kennedy land acquisition by the Clear Creek County Open Space Commission. Board, should we jump in? Do you want a bio break?
I would just like to make a comment that I think the way that's written on the agenda may be slightly misleading as to what this actually is. So I'd ask that Amy describe that in more detail as to what this is, because we, the county, are not actually acquiring land here.
Thank you, Peter. I failed to catch that, so.
And all that information is in the packet, of course, so. Amy, please proceed.
Thank you. One moment, my computer closed on me, so just get it open. One moment.
It's really hard to develop rapport when you've got.
It is, thank you. Okay.
It's much better.
Yeah, so this, the Taylor Kennedy item is not actually a purchase, that it is described as a purchase on the agenda, which is what Peter was alluding to. And what we are actually considering today is a recommendation from the Open Space Commission for a contribution to a land acquisition that is being attempted by the town of Silver Bloom to purchase a large tract of land known as the Taylor Kennedy set of mining claims. It is sort of the top half of Republican Mountain above the Jack Pine group of mining claims that was recently purchased by the town of Silver Plume. And Cindy Neely is here with us. And Cindy, you want to join me? And Cindy is managing this project on behalf of the town of Silver Plume. And she is working on behalf of the town of Silver Plume to pull together the funding to complete this purchase on behalf of Silver Plume, and has presented this opportunity to the Open Space Commission and asked the Open Space Commission to contribute $100,000 this purchase. This is really a very similar opportunity that to the opportunity that the Open Space Commission and the BOCC supported 2 years ago for the Jack Pine group of mining claims, which was basically the lower half of Republican Mountain. I think that's a fair way to describe it, which is just to the west of Silver Plume and north of Silver Plume, north of Silver Plume. I get disoriented when I-70 doesn't go straight west.
They have an L-shaped valley.
So it's an opportunity for the Open Space Commission and the Open Space Fund to support the acquisition of this large tract of land. The Open Space Commission has supported this recommendation, and that is the question before you. If you support the recommendation of the Open Space to contribute $100,000 to this purchase. In your packet is a detailed description of the land and the efforts conducted so far to seek this funding. If this funding is not completed, then the open space contribution to the funding will not go through.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything you want to add, Cindy?
Yeah, I think the significant part of this is the last statement. The land is 350 acres. It's 122 mining claims. It is what sits between the Jack Pine and the U.S. Forest Service. It extends itself into the U.S. Forest Service. It's quite ambitious for Silver Plume to undertake this. But one of the things that we need to show to other donors, we have applications in process to the State Historic Fund, to DOLA. We are having an interesting relationship with GOCO at the moment, but they're arriving in April to walk the site with us, which is a very positive kind of step. We need to show that we have local support because none of the other funders want to really be on board without local support. So we are aiming for a local support number of $200,000. Obviously, this indication of support would be 100 of that. We are 50% to the other half of, we are at 150 with this. And so we will actively be looking for commitments. At this point, we're not collecting anybody's money. We're looking for commitments to show the local support for our grant applications. So yes, we certainly hope you will do this. This is Hill. The total price is $875,000. That's, that's the land price. With due diligence and everything else, you're at about $950, which is a big bite. But therefore, we're started, and we have reason to believe that we can accomplish this. It will take the entire year to do it, but Clear Creek County's commitment is really important in these early steps.
And one other thing I would just add is that by completing this purchase, it means that we really fill in almost all of the land inside the National Historic District with public land.
Yes, our landmark district has the largest boundaries of any landmark district in the country. It goes to the national forest borders. And as a matter of fact, it goes into the national forest on Republican Mountain. It was designed that way because we are a historic mining district. And while the towns of Georgetown and Silver Plume are very, very important to that, the district exists because of historic mining, and that's on the hillsides. So they included our hillsides, and the county has always been very active. When you received the BLM lands way back, you received some of them as what was called Part 2 lands. And Part 2 lands were the lands within our landmark district. And so the town of Georgetown received some of those, the Silver Plume did, History Colorado did, the county did, but they received those under a different provision, under a recreation and public purpose patent that said they could be developed for low impact recreation and preservation of cultural resources. So what we're doing is trying to also acquire the inholdings of mining claims that is within that boundary. And this is, we've done very well. The mountain, Republican Mountain, which sits right above Silver Plume, is the one place that we were really, we were super pleased to get the jack pine, because it is the one place that we have not been able to sort of really crack, because it is so covered with mining claims. There is a picture, I think, in your packet. I think there's a map that shows sort of the overwhelming number of claims up there. So part of this, and part of things that people are worried about is, Silver Plume. What we're after is almost double Silver Plume's annual budget, which always makes people say, how is Silver Plume going to manage this? Well, at one level, all of these lands have conservation easements on them when they're purchased, or will have conservation easement. So you have for this land, it will be Mountain Area Land Trust, a MALT, that will have the conservation easement. So Silver Plume gets some help in that management from that. But more than that, the Historic District Public Lands Commission gathers all of the agencies together. Lisa represents the county on that. But, the U.S. Forest Service is there, CPW is there, and they do coordinated low impact recreation planning. And at that level, they will also be doing the planning for things that can happen on this Silver Plume property. So the management question is coming up on all of the applications I'm writing at the moment, and it's got lots of levels of management out there. There also is a management plan for the jack pine that was done by THK Associates, who have, amongst other things, Fisher Peak State Park in their portfolio. So they do know how to do this. They did jack pine, and they have signed up to extend the management plan up through the new purchase at a incredibly reasonable price, and we can fund that through a planning grant from the state. The state has already agreed. We can get the State Historic Fund. We can get a planning grant to extend that. So I think that what we're trying to do on one hand is raise the funds. On the other hand, we're trying to assure that we can handle the project when we get it, because that's, that's the third reason for wanting it. I should have brought the avalanche map of Silver Plume sits under 3 major avalanche chutes off that mountain. If somebody gets on that mountain and starts to mess around with taking off any vegetation or disturbing any mining sites that have had 110 years to get crust on them, it's not good news for the little town down below.
Thank you. Board questions?
I have a question. You mentioned due diligence. Would that be checking any, pollutants coming out?
Yep, yes, you have to do a phase 1 environmental. So you can establish, you can establish that the town is not the responsible party.
Thank you.
But yes, the due diligence includes that. It includes a baseline environmental, what is the vegetation level, et cetera. And it obviously also is a watershed for Clay Creek County. So you do that level of environmental. You do a cultural environmental, which goes, there are 25 recorded, surveyed and recorded cultural resource sites within Taylor Kennedy. There were 21 of them in the Jack Pine, and there are 25 of them in the Taylor Kennedy. All of that survey work will be reviewed, fresh look, new photos, all of those kinds of things. That's why The purchase price may be $875, but by the time we've done all the due diligence, we're at $950.
Thank you.
But yes, we're well aware of the legal ramifications of buying mining sites without doing environmental studies.
I just had a question. I'm looking at this crazy. It looks like somebody took the pull strips, you know, off the ads and just placed them all over.
Pickup sticks.
Oh, the pickup sticks?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, if you go like Safeway and somebody's doing, I don't know, housekeeping or whatever, and you pull off the number, then you give them a call. You know, the little pulse. That's what it looks like all over this. It's just like a giant mess, which is where I live too. It's the same thing. So I noticed some in between. Are those going to be owned or are they already?
They're owned. That map doesn't show it, but as far Silver Plume owns all the intervening little pieces because they were BLM lands. And when BLM signed over the lands of surrounding Silver Plume to the jurisdiction, they ended up signing over those tiny little slivers. And one of the reasons they wanted to do this to begin with is they didn't want to come and survey every one of those slivers. And so they have, actually every sliver has a number. When you get into the US forest part, which is up top where it extends into the forest owns the tiny little pieces between them. So no, there's no private ownership. Right now, that map happens to be a sheep concentration area. The blue on that map is a concentration area for the bighorn sheep and a birthing area for the sheep. So those claims also sit right in the middle of our bighorn sheep herd. And that's amongst the, you know, that's one of the reasons for doing this, but there are multiple reasons for doing this or trying to do this. To have this go into private hands, as all of you know, every M1 claim carries a residential building right. And no, I don't expect somebody to do 122 houses up there, but if they even did 10, it would disturb the equilibrium of that mountain pretty severely. So there is a hiking access through the 730 Mine Road, which was built as a wagon road in the 1860s. I wish I was Christine at the moment, but was built then in the 1950s. Well, the county acquired it at the turn of the 20th century. And in the 1950s, they declared it they took it off their road map and left it as a hiking trail. And right now, the 730 Mine Trail has been maintained by the county trail crew as a part of the whole trail system in the landmark district, which is a lot more than you probably want to know.
I mean, I always appreciate being triggered by conversations about which roads are public or not. So thank you.
The other thing we can do with this though is with the cooperation of the Forest Service, we could extend the 730 Mine Trail so it connected to the Bart Creek, which would be quite a wonderful hiking connection.
I have I don't know why I haven't had this question before. The US Forest Service land swap process is interesting, right? And is it possible to swap with the US once you put a conservation easement on a parcel? Do you lose the ability to engage in a swap with the Forest Service? Do you know anything about that?
Now, you couldn't do it without the permission of the conservation easement holder. And I don't know what their legal positions would be. I mean, I'm not an attorney at that level. I mean, could the town eventually give it to the US Forest Service? Is that what you're saying?
Give it or trade it.
Give it or trade it. The answer to that is that I don't know. I know it is not particularly the intention at this point. The intention at this point is to get it out of private hands.
Yeah. And of course, that
would have to happen first
US
anyway.
Forest Service is public land. So I'll explain my rationale for asking this question right now. There's the US Forest Service owns some properties that do have development potential, right? And whenever we get a open space land application, acquisition topic, I'm like, we always have to evaluate development potential. Really clear there's not development potential within, like, that's beneficial to the community on Republican Mountain, right? So, however, the Forest Service has land and they have a process to swap land, and they have land that we would love to do something better with. And I'll talk about off of exit 240 in Idaho Springs as an example. So this is why I'm asking the question. I don't think that I'm gonna say, no, let's not participate until I have an answer.
And just to be clear, we would be contributing without
You don't
gaining
own
an
it.
ownership stake.
I know.
Okay.
I mean, you'd have to convince Silver Plum that.
There could be some future where one of our partners would say, hey, we think that we should have a solid tax base in this county, and we think we would like to participate in that. Maybe. But anyway, the question came up. I'm not trying to insist that Silver Plume agree or that Malt agree or anything like that.
No, but it's not on the table at the moment. That doesn't mean it's off the table forever.
Right. Yeah.
But it would be the town of Silver Plume's decision. On the other hand, part of this that extends up into the Forest Service, but I can't speak for Malt. I mean, I don't run conservation easements. It's, of course, I like them, but they're not in my area of expertise.
As we continue to innovate and evolve the process for considering land acquisition expenditures, whether we're going to own it or not, let's keep in mind that as we purchase land and make it public, that's inside the Forest Service, we may be gaining chips to eventually get the Forest Service to let us do something off of exit 240, where they have one of the best, most developable parcels, and it's office space in a parking lot that is empty.
Well,
and I know the Open Space Commission has a recommendation. I know the board also in these contexts wants to hear from staff about any economic development considerations. And this one is obvious, but the fact that it's obvious doesn't mean we shouldn't ask the question. Did anybody look at this for development potential?
Seriously, probably not. I think Amy and I talked in some of our one-on-ones about whether or not there's even value in spending time doing that, but.
Yeah, the Open Space Commission did not look at this as a potential purchase.
I think the question was, did we look at it from a economic development?
That's but we didn't look at it as an economic development potential because we were not considering it as a purchase. We were only looking at it as supporting the town of Silver Plume's purchase.
Right, but in a different worldview or a different situation, we as staff might say, you know what, we don't want to use open space money because we see ED opportunities here.
Right.
That's what the commissioner is indicating.
This is an opportunity to clarify, and colleagues, just to make sure you're up to speed. We used to have a process where open space would consider acquisition or participating in an acquisition. It would make it right to the board with no consideration for development potential. The last board said we need a process that allows space for our staff to take a look at whether there's development potential. I think the thing that I would like to clarify here is that I think that process should be used whenever we're talking about spending an acquisition dollar, not when we're talking about owning it or not owning it ourselves.
Okay, I guess I'm not clear on how we have a voice to determine economic development potential in this land acquisition.
So our voice would be able to say, and this is theoretical because there's no development potential for public, but our opportunity would be able to say, no, we think there's development potential. We're not going to support you financially.
Right.
Good luck achieving your goals. Right. Like that's an option we have. I'm not suggesting we want that option. This is an opportunity to clarify, if the board supports this, that when we're talking about spending acquisition dollars, we want that process that allows for an evaluation of development potential to happen.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it may have happened here, like you guys discussed.
We had, maybe it's a
Sometimes
minor.
these are really easy.
I think I asked the question early on. Is there development potential here? No. Okay, well, let's move on. Right. So, but I hear exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you completely. We need to evaluate it through that lens.
Oh, yeah, I agree too. I just don't, I guess I was missing it didn't seem like we had, even if we thought there was development potential. Yeah, we could say we weren't gonna support this, but even if, like, yeah, okay, I'm fine.
Doc.
And just to clarify, this would be open space funds.
Yes.
Okay, not out of our general.
No,
fund.
No, this is
Yeah.
open space
And-
acquisition funds.
Yeah.
That are there.
That's a really good point. Funds that the voters have said you may only spend this on acquisition of land
Yes.
for
Yes.
conservation.
Okay.
Okay.
I do hear you though, and I think that there are, as far as the Forest Service trade, and because I'm forever looking at the high mountain basins, I think there are a couple of opportunities out there, to do exactly what you have in mind. So, with that thought, I am certainly willing to, sit down with the open space staff and say, we might go after this and this with that exact thing in mind. That there are claims throughout the Waldorf Basin. It would be lovely to have in public hands, but ultimately, the Forest Service hands would be the best hands. So I mean, I think there are things you could go after with exactly the idea in mind that, and that may be something we would like to, or would like to ask the Open Space Commission to consider.
I do have a comment on that too. You have to be careful because with the National Forest also comes with whoever's at the top running this. Because right now, I just saw a report yesterday that somebody wants to harvest a lot of timber. So if they have control over that, that could also be used as a nefarious trade-off. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we know exactly what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, that's totally valid. Okay, thank you. That was the only question. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you for indulging me. Any opinions here? Guess what do with this one?
So the ask is for us to support open space contributing to this purchase.
To approve, yeah, $100,000 open space contribution towards this purchase if they find the rest of the funds.
Contingent upon raising the rest of the funds.
Okay. Then with that clarification, and the previous discussion, I would support it.
You want a motion?
I would support it too, yeah. That's
I will make a motion for the approval of the purchase of Tier Kennedy land acquisition by the Clear Creek County Open Space Commission for the funds to go from open space to Silver Plume. Contribution, right?
Contingent on.
Okay,
That is all we need.
second?
Yes, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go forth and conquer.
Well, we'll try.
Oh, I've written.
The next item on the agenda, Amy, is work session to discuss.
Heard that
Yeah,
in
right.
there.
I wrote that question down.
Shall we do a little bio break? See you all in,
10?
yeah, let's see you all in 10. Thank you, Amy.
Bio and caffeine.
11:30. Board is in recess until 11:30. Okay, we're back on the record. We are here to discuss ROP implementation recommendations. Amy Saxton, take it away.
Once again, I don't know how I always have all my things on one BOCC day, but that day. Yeah, so thank you, commissioners. I am here today to discuss the recreation in the outdoors management plan. And the recreation in the outdoors management plan, AKA the ROMP, is a document that was the result of an 18-month community engagement process. It's a project designed to create a series of aligned recreation management priorities for our community. And it was a successful process, I would say. We utilized a variety of different teams. We utilized subject matter experts. We utilized members of the community and developed these 6 recreation management priorities. The goal today is to review those with you and start to determine implementation. I do want to review what has happened since the project was completed at the end of December in 2023, when it was adopted. In 2024, the BOCC at the time reviewed the 6 recreation management priorities and directed staff to start by prioritizing one of the 6 priorities, which was the goal of adopting user management plans, and in particular wanted staff to focus on OHV user management plan development. And in your packet is the resolution that staff and the commissioners at the time was to create a county position on OHV management. So that was primarily what was accomplished in 2024 and in response to the recreation and the outdoor management plan, the ROMP. So that's included in your packet. However, no implementation plan was developed or implemented in response to the adoption of that resolution. So today I want to review those 6 management priorities that the ROMP identified. OHV position to some extent, but mostly offer some potential scenarios for what we might do with the and get input and have discussion and dialogue with you as county commissioners and get your thoughts and direction on how we might proceed. And as I mentioned in my agenda memo, I also want to acknowledge we're in a low capacity, low resource environment, but I don't want to let this plan sit on a shelf and not have discussion and start to envision how we might move forward. So Megan, if you will share this presentation deck, I'll just walk through priorities what we might do. And I think I'm going to stick with 10 minutes-ish. So this is a review of the ROMP vision statement that the community and the stakeholders developed. Outdoor recreation in Clear Creek County enriches local communities, welcomes a diverse range of visitors in a way that protects and improves the integrity of the area's natural and cultural resources for the long term. This was the vision statement for the entire recreation and the outdoors management plan. I provided links to the key documents, the final report, the research summary, and the community values report. I'm not going to go over those today. Those are resource materials. They are also found on the Clear Creek Forum page. You can go to the next slide. These are the 6 recreation management priorities. These are summarized. They are elaborated on a little bit more in the final report document. But we have 3 priorities that are related to trail systems, One is a priority to evaluate the trail system overall. Another is to address issues at high-use trailheads. A third is to develop user-specific management plans. This was the one that got some attention and was prioritized by the last board, specifically around OHVs. We also, in that priority, identified other user groups like road cyclists, and any and all user groups really could be included as worthy of a user management plan. Fourth is the creek, access and recreation on the creek, conservation, permitting access to the creek. Fifth is destination management. This includes stewardship, wayfinding, transportation. Sixth is the recreation economy. That is a process and a way to incorporate recreation planning with the overall community benefit and that kind of cultural tension between the benefit of tourism and how that impacts the community and our natural resources. Next slide. So these next slides are going to sort of dig into each of these 6 priorities. And the table in your packet, which is titled, let me find the title of this thing, is titled Recreation Management Priorities ROMP Table, is a document that elaborates on these slides. This is a summary of that table, basically. But so for the evaluate trail system needs, we identified the ROMP identified a key measure of success for this particular priority. And that measure of success is that land managers have the resources they need. So far, staff have begun the process of putting together an evaluation using GIS and other tools to really start evaluating and assessing our current trails and the different use types allowed, the different conditions of the trails, starting to assign levels of each of the trails, amount of connectivity that the trail system provides. And what we could do here, what the next step would be if we were going to just fully lean into this one, is use that trail system evaluation, engage the community, and identify what kinds of improvements we might want to, that we could seek. And I say here that, you know, we could figure out how we want to use our trail systems. And we could decide that we wanted to focus trail systems on strengthening neighborhoods and strengthening our community, or we could really say we want to use trail systems to grow visitation. Now, it doesn't actually have to be either or, but we could still sort of choose a focus area for our trail system and how we wanted it to contribute to our community and to the economy. Next slide. Yeah, I'm going to be more than 10 minutes. High-use trailheads, this is an area that causes a lot of conflict in our community, a lot of concern. And we have not done we are not doing anything currently to enact this particular priority for the ROMP. What we could do if we were going to do something here would be to try to figure out what sort of criteria we would use to prioritize. Do we want to choose what sorts of trailheads might be an easier win? Maybe we avoid federal lands right now because there's not a lot of resources, right? And they're going to be more difficult to work with. Maybe we focus on areas that give us opportunities for revenue generation. Maybe we focus on the areas that have a lot of community impacts. Maybe we simply focus on the area with the most use, right? There's a lot of different ways we could approach it, but there are opportunities here that we could choose to focus on this area. Next slide. So for user management plans, as I mentioned, we've already done the resolution for the OHVs, and we have the sheriff has talked about, you know, an opportunity to maybe do spot enforcement on parking. There's some challenges in how we could address OHV management. I think there's also some relatively low hanging fruit to work with and improve use of road cyclists by helping them have better wayfinding throughout our county. So there's a fairly clear path forward on a project we could pursue on OHV user management and figuring out whether the OHV, the illegal use that's taking place in our county, is it mostly to access forest land? Is it mostly on our county land where illegal use is taking place? Is there kind of county playgrounds that are happening, that OHV use is happening on? What is the use? How do we know? And that affects how we would choose to deal with enforcement and deal with addressing the problem. Is what type of use is taking place? Why is the use taking place? So we could figure out how to tackle it. And then we would have to go from there and how to solve the problem. So next slide. The creek, we have really done a fair amount of work on this. We have updated our rafting permitting program. We've made some changes. We worked really closely with Idaho Springs to figure out what our opportunities for collaboration were and built very good connections with their rafting team on that part. We are not currently adding a lot of collaboration, but we have opportunities to keep good communication there. And we're working on including this, getting a lease for the Two Bears access point so we can include that in our rafting program. And at this point, we would recommend that we would say we don't need a big project to pursue this other than just continuing to monitor and utilize the collaborative opportunities we have going forward. Yes.
Can I just quick question? Two Bears is in Clear Creek Camp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next slide. And for destination management, this is an area of work that requires a lot of collaboration. We are in the process of developing a branding and signage plan for trailheads and the greenway and other aspects of recreation in Clear Creek County. By coordinating with the Tourism Bureau, we could help make this be very coordinated countywide and make the experience of visiting Clear Creek County feel like it was one place. And from a recreational perspective, some of the implementation things we could do is, work on reducing trash and really create a focused effort to make sure that Clear Creek County looks and feels like a place we're protecting, and that there's easy and quick ways to address recreational conflicts and problems. One of the examples I always think of, George, is you talk about speeding on County Road 103, and how do we, who do you go to? How do we create some sort of collaborative board or group or team respond to sort of cross-jurisdictional problems to help get those things solved? So there's a way to address those things quickly. I think that's part of this topic. But that's a big project. That's that's complicated and that's a big thing to tackle, and understanding those benefits, Last topic is, next slide.
Sorry.
Okay. Next slide is the recreation economy topic. And this is also really, we have some things going on. The BOCC is now talking about the prioritizing exploring tolling at Guanella Pass. We've got the work happening with the CCEDC. I would recommend we just roll this priority into the master planning work and the resilience work that's happening. And that's going on in an ongoing way. And I will leave it at that. I know I was more than 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? I have one for the board, but maybe I'll just start. I know in general what we're trying to do is we're trying to discuss where we have alignment on which goals to prioritize, right? And so we need a little bit of guidance, I think, from you about, I mean,
Low hanging fruit.
and what does your capacity look like? Like you have the capacity to get the ROMP done. Do you have the capacity to continue to pursue recreation management projects at a similar pace? Like, do we get to pick one? Do we get to pick all 10?
Well, I mean, I think that I don't think any of these projects are projects that staff can do without looking at finding maybe a grant or some sort of support with a consultant or assistance, because I think all four of the projects so like basically I'm in the recommendation that I'm making, I think I'm saying that the creek and recreation economy planning either can be done with current resources or can be rolled into other projects. Like developing the user management plans, the destination management, high use trailheads, and the trail system evaluation. I think all four of those are generally community engagement projects that are fairly large scale projects that will take cross jurisdictional collaboration and community engagement that would probably be best supported by some outside assistance. And so I would probably say if anyone thought would be good to pursue, we would probably be wanting to look for a grant.
Okay.
To support that.
So that sounds like pick one, hope to get a grant for it.
Yeah, so
Except you said there were some things we could do without having to pursue grants.
The creek, yeah.
Okay.
And Guanilla Pass?
Well, Guanella Pass and the recreation economy planning work, I think, will be rolled into the master planning work and the resilience work that I'm just saying would not be part of that Brian and Colton would have to find the money for.
Well, I think the recreation economy planning, right? That's part of what we're already applying for a grant right now, like related to what we're applying for a grant right now. So there's that. There's also the fact that it relates directly to the conversations you're having with your partners at the mayors and commissioners meeting, right? The last meeting, and actually the last two meetings, and we're gonna talk about that again. So I do think work on that is going to be underway. So that's probably not one that needs to be prioritized by the board as it relates directly to what the ROM says.
So there's, and I think you've answered this question before, but I'm just going to ask it again. Is there any way to limit traffic on Guanella Pass during leaf peeping season this year? With tolls or reservations or whatever?
I think the easy answer to that is no. I don't think there's a way for us to, I mean, we can still have some conversations with the sheriff, with Georgetown, with our public works team, but there's a lot that needs to happen to get that into play. So I don't know if their goal is to get that done this year or not, but we can certainly have those
It's not just
conversations.
building a toll booth and collecting money and, kind of self-limiting that.
Well, quite frankly, as we look at that and we're just starting to look at tolling, and that's probably something we're gonna recommend we have somebody else do, that we don't have staff do that. Right? That maybe it gets turned over to CTIO or something like that. We haven't.
CTIO?
That's
the for-profit arm of CDOT.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. So we're just starting to look at that issue right now.
I mean, I think the sheriff did say that they don't think it's impossible that some mitigation
That's true.
could be done this fall. I don't.
At least ticketing people who are parking.
Yes, that piece, yes. But the broader piece of tolling and
Right.
all that's not.
Okay, could we do this? Could we make signs saying it is illegal to park on the roadside? It's a limited amount of parking on the top here. You will be ticketed and possibly.
Well, I mean, the answer, of course, is yes, signs can be made, but that's really up to the sheriff. And I think,
Again,
and again,
conversations are happening right now about how what they can do to mitigate the impact.
I mean,
It's not going as far as the goal that this board has set.
right, but we've got to move the ball forward a little bit on this issue, because last year was impossible. Everybody criticized us. And even if it's not our road, Guanella Pass is our road or state road?
It's our road.
It's our road, okay. So if we, even if we put a big sign saying illegal parkers will be ticketed, and we do our best as time permits to ticket them, people will be on notice that we're trying to address the issue.
Again, our county, our sheriff, along with the sheriff on the other side, which county is? Park. Our road and bridge, their road and bridge, they're all meeting right now and talking about what can be done
Okay,
to do some kind of mitigation of
because
impacts.
I would say that should be a priority, even if it's de minimis. You know, okay, I understand tolling and reservations aren't going to happen this year, but if we could just show the public and our constituents that we are trying to do something
It's
to,
also a scenic byway, which means
Right.
it has different codes and requirements for signage, et cetera, et cetera. So it's being worked on.
okay. And does it start right in Georgetown, the scenic byway? I mean, where do we have authority to put up a sign?
I can't answer that,
Okay.
sitting right here.
Okay.
Let's just check in on, do you agree that trying to figure out what to do about Guanella Pass before leaf peeper season is important? Is like sort of among the top things to be trying to deal with?
I think there was a safety issue. I got stuck in that a couple times campaigning over here in Georgetown, and it took me 3 hours to get from Georgetown to Dumont on the highway. Crazy. But it's something that some of this I-70 is out of our hands. I mean, it was
Yeah,
kind of like,
talking about
we had like a
that.
storm of a lot of things that happened last season that it all compounded at the same time. So I don't,
Well, and I-70 is another level of frustration. But if that is our road in our county, it seems to me we can ticket for illegal parking, and we can put up a sign saying, you know, this is illegal parking, you will be ticketed. And then people will start talking about that, and maybe not everybody from Denver goes there.
And the two sheriffs are having that conversation right now.
Perfect.
But I think we're kind of getting derailed here because,
What we're doing is we're repeating ourselves.
well, but it's also, I don't think Guanella Pass was even
The-
we're kind of getting derailed from the topic.
It's on here.
Let me just trust me here. I wanted to ask Jody if she agrees that this is an important issue. I also agree that this is an important issue.
it is, but I do
I-
have some other questions about
Yeah,
other.
yeah, I think that like, I'm satisfied knowing that the road and bridge team and the sheriff's office and the forest ranger, et cetera, is working on this stuff. And I know like we have some limited role here, like that's our road and bridge team. They report to us. I hope they hear that we support them doing things like putting up signs and whatever they think they need to do within reason. Is there anything else for right now that we need to talk about with respect to Guanella? I have one.
Okay.
You talk about sort of pursuing recreation management where there are opportunities for economic development. The best case that I can think of, maybe, I mean, the only clearly positive case I can think of is Guanella Pass in the winter, when this economy basically turns off on 6th Street in Georgetown. If we're trying to figure out how to develop recreation opportunities with an eye on economic impact, that's the spot, and it's in the winter. And I don't know that, so I'll just leave that out there as, for me, that's a potential thing for us to choose to prioritize. So I'll leave that there. What else with respect to Guanella?
I think road and bridge is relieved they don't have to maintain it in the winter. So this may take a little more support for them if we wanted to open it up. You mean to like Nordic skiing and snowshoeing and whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, short of spending the 500,000 plus a year to keep that last mile or so open, like there's a lot of stuff below there, right? There are parking lots that sit empty that, anyway. So I think we can talk about winter recreation on Guanella Pass without having to say, yeah, we're gonna try to figure out how to spend millions of dollars to keep a pass open.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to throw that out as a possible priority. I don't even know if it's the one that I'm saying it has to be the priority.
I do think some of the locals already do that too, don't they?
Do
Go up Guanella.
Oh,
Wayne
winter,
goes up
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
If you go up to where our gate is on any weekend in the winter, it's full and their cars are parked down the side of Guanella Pass Road, even in the winter.
Oh,
Yeah.
They're up there skiing and snowshoeing.
So that's Guanella. What else do we want to?
I just had, I know this is something that's been a really big challenge for Clear Creek and even our surrounding areas is the OHV. And it says that you're possibly gonna do public engagement for projects. That you're drawing up some of the trails. How is that going to be decided? And because nobody's gonna want it in their neighborhood.
Right. Well, that's why, so I think the OHV question and problem is a huge challenge,
Right.
to say the least, right? And I think that's where I think starting with data and information is how, like, that's where I think, so I'm tripping over myself a little bit, but I think that's why I think we would probably benefit with some help on this project by bringing somebody in to help us. But what I would envision is by really making sure we understand the use that's taking place in our county and saying, this is where the use is taking place, and being able to say, so we know where it's happening and we know why it's happening. We know how much use is to access the forest, because I think a big portion of it is about accessing the forest. But I don't know how much. I think there's also use that is taking place wholly and discreetly in our county, because I think there's some places where people are recreating on county lands.
Well, and then you have two different types that come up. There's the types that are obviously wanting to go into the forest because there's nobody managing the forest.
Right.
You can go up and shoot down some trees, you can burn a mattress, you can do whatever. And with the OHVs, I mean, they're getting huge. So I watched people take stuff up to the Silver Lakes area, or Silver City, just so they can burn it. And then I'm just sitting there thinking, during a fire ban, crazy stuff is happening.
It is.
So our neighborhood is just kind of, just by putting up signs that says smile, you're being watched, or people aren't coming anymore.
Yeah.
Because they weren't going up there just to ride a trail. They were going up there to do stuff that they shouldn't have been doing. There's that, and then accessing the national forest and trying to benefit monetarily, like charging for parking spots, or can Colton maybe this summer track the people that are coming in? Is there a way we can find out the people that are visiting those areas if they're even stopping in town?
Yeah, it just depends on how specific. I mean, we can get raw counts. You can get the movement of the phone, but what we can't get is what they're doing. Right, so.
So if you could get them, because we know some of their unloading areas, like on
You
the,
can get that, if there's
the
enough.
Lawson
if there's
side or-
enough people doing it that we can protect privacy, we can pull it. If it's too low of a count, then we can't.
It sounds like you're kind of in agreement with Amy that we need some data on this.
definitely.
Yeah, so I think the data would be the first step, right? To understand what's happening. And then that would help us inform and begin a conversation with the community on how to control the behavior, or how to change the behavior, or how to eliminate the behavior. And maybe we say, the answer based on what we see in this data is that we're gonna just enforce our county road laws. Or maybe we're gonna say, you know what? We think the best thing to do is try to concentrate use in certain areas so that we can, because, maybe we evaluate the whole scenario and we say, we don't have enforcement capacity. Maybe we say there's a small economic bill. I would be surprised, but whatever.
Right, that's what I would like to know.
And
Is it
we
worth the
find
money that,
some management strategy. Maybe it's to say we're gonna enforce our county road laws and we're gonna say, sorry, Forest Service, you're not gonna use our roads to access the Forest Service, you're gonna access your land, that's your problem to solve. Or we're gonna, you know what I mean? But we have to start somewhere. And I think if it's data informed and then we engage the community and then we find our problem, we find our solution is we have to start and then we get to an end point, whatever it is. And I do not have an idea of what the right solution is because it's, but we have our laws. We right now say no OHVs on county roads, but we are not enforcing that. So.
well, and I think that's where the problem is too, because I've even been at city council, Idaho Springs, and if you just mention OHVs, you can see people's hair stand up.
Yeah.
And, they're thinking, oh, now the county's gonna try to promote. But to leave that option that, no, it could be something that we're gonna just start enforcing more, or we're gonna consolidate it, or, I just don't want people to, when they hear romp, I don't know why they just automatically hear, oh, they're gonna start promoting OHVs again.
Yeah, I'm.
That's because romping is kind of that.
Mimi said this already, but to be very clear, previous board was also very clear that we're actually not doing that, right?
Right.
So this is a good time to ask this question, sort of at a high level, does this board agree with the last board? The last board produced I'm struggling to come up with the right adjective. I'm just not going to use an adjective. A resolution establishing our position on OHVs. And the position was, we don't want to see any growth and we want to see their behavior improve. And we don't think there's any economic value there.
But we need to see data for that too.
I do. So
The reason
do
why.
I understand you right that you're saying you don't agree with that?
No, I'm saying that I do agree with it, but when we go out, I would like to have some data that says this is the reason why we don't want to promote this, or this is the reason why. Because we do have some people in the community that do like to do that stuff too. And if you're gonna take that away, I just feel like I would want the data to. I think the data is gonna be there, but just because I used to ride, I know the behavior.
What do you think about that position that the last board established?
My understanding is that people think, oh, anything goes in Clear Creek, but Summit won't let us and Jeffco won't let us or Park won't let us. So let's go to Clear Creek and, destroy all their trails. But sorry, that was an oversimplification. I do support protecting our laws, enforcing our laws, and have we already done a survey of the community about OHV use?
I would not say that we have.
Okay. I seem to recall it, but I
Not
could be
a
wrong.
huge one.
All right.
I mean, the romp was largely a community engagement press. So this is where Amy and I think you and I disagree. I think we've heard from the community. So I was on this board when we were doing the romp. We were being chased around the whole time about people saying, do not use this to add one more OHV to our trail system. I think the community engagement piece with respect to what our policy should be on OHVs is done. And I don't think we need more. Like the rest of the questions are technical. How do you get someone to stop driving off the trail? How do you get people to stop parking on our shoulders? How do we build alignment with Empire? Right? So that we don't have two jurisdictions with diametrically opposed policy positions on this, right?
But you have people
Um,
up at St. Mary's that are just like begging us to not make any more laws because they like to ride around in their community. And so you have like these little pockets of, there are some people in Empire that like to ride. And I'm not saying I'm for any of this. You know how I've stood here as a public comment being totally against this. But that's also my opinion too. That's, I want to be conscious of just not saying I want to shut it down. And it is something, because I talked about romp with a couple of people over the weekend and because it was on the agenda and immediately they're like, they're going to start that up again. So I'm like, well, no, not necessarily. Go to the agenda, read it for yourself. And then when you say, here's some alternatives that we're looking at. So I just want to see data for that. I'm not saying that I'm for it. And I haven't been sitting here for 6 years either. So.
No, I know, and it's all good. And I'm not trying to force a position here. I just, my hope is that we don't have to start fresh because I think we've made a lot of progress. And this pattern of starting fresh is part of why we start to get feedback from areas like the DLD feedback, study, survey. Like, I think it's time for us to take action on the OHV thing.
So I made this comment during the during the BOCC response to the ROMP during the response to the ROMP, but the ROMP as a project had very little focus on OHVs. We did have some discussion of them, but it was not a focus. The focus was really on the general community goals around recreation, kind of more writ large. The way the community felt about things like, wanting to make sure that the county's approach to recreation management was like things like, let's not build new trails before we have the capacity to take care of our existing trails. But one thing that was very distinct was that the BOCC at the time, and I'm just going to say this, was very focused on OHVs. Whenever we would, staff would present on the ROMP and the BOCC spoke almost exclusively about OHVs. And so that was a distinction that cannot be, that I can't ignore. And that it means that whether or not the ROMP really commented on OHVs, I don't think it's fair to say, I don't think it's accurate to say that the ROMP offered a public engagement perspective on OHVs. And I don't think if we did take the ROMP's direction to identify a priority to develop user management programs that included OHVs or other user groups, and then develop that with a community engagement approach, I don't think that it's fair to label that as starting over. And I think there's questions to be asked and conversations to be had about how this community actually feels about where and how and whether to have an OHV presence here, whether it should be small, whether it should be non-existent, or how we should talk about it. And
Could I just interject? The reason why your boards talk about it is that the constituents would talk to us about it.
Fair.
With strong concerns.
Makes perfect sense.
So
I'm not-
that's why we had to.
I'm not trying to be critical of the fact that the BOCC talked about it. I just want to make clear that the ROMP was not focused on that.
Okay.
The ROMP conversations, the ROMP meetings, the ROMP topics, the ROMP agendas were not were not focused on OHVs. That was not what the conversations in that project was about.
Let me just you are correct. There's not a question in this community survey. What do you think about OHVs? That is a factual statement. One of the questions in the survey is, which of the following recreation needs are the highest priority for you? the highest response was addressing recreation impacts on local neighborhoods, resident safety and quality of life. Which users do you think they're referring to? The second highest is limiting human impacts in fragile natural areas. I think they're referring to the same users. I think like our job when it comes to public engagement is to know the values of the community. And we ask the community what their values are, and it's our role is to guide staff in solving the technical problems to get those values implemented.
I do think once a decision is made, though, it's gonna squash this like in between stuff. You know, because out on the campaign trail, we did hear from people, maybe two out of 50 people wanted OHVs. But everybody else was like, when are you going to get rid of, are you going to get up there and just get rid of those? Like right away, you know, they didn't. Guanella was a big thing, the OHVs, but we didn't hear like about the rafting or some of the other impacts. I think because that doesn't affect you right at your house. You know,
I hear a lot about rafting in Idaho Springs. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
you might because of your location. So, and I honestly didn't campaign a whole lot in Idaho Springs just because that's my center. So, but in Evergreen, you know, we heard totally different things. Now we went up to St. Mary's and the people were wanting OHVs up there. You know, so it is a different community engagement on different areas. It's not just black and white.
Okay, so let's see if we can make some sense of this conversation. We kind of like I asked the question, does this board support the last board's resolution? I think it would be informative to just ask staff to send that to you, because at some point, I think either we need to
The
take
resolution?
the OHV resolution.
It's in the packet.
It's in the pack. Okay, so you've read it recently then. Good. So if what the question we're really trying to answer here though is, does the board want to continue to ask OHV management to be the top priority? Right? Because that was the outcome from the last time, right? The last time we went through this, the board said, focus on OHV management. Is that still our focus? Is there a close second? Is this fifth?
Has it decreased? I'm hearing less complaints, but maybe it's just because winter.
It is starting back up. Just this last weekend, we had people on our road going up, trying to get up to Silver City.
Okay.
So
and that was illegal. They were on your road.
It is not legal to be on my road, no.
Okay.
But they do it. And there's no enforcement.
And we have this situation in Empire that I think starting out with county, understanding the use county-wide makes a lot of sense. But we have this situation in Empire where Empire believes their economic future is attracting OHVs, right? Empire has made it legal to drive OHVs within the city of Empire. They therefore have encouraged people to park in Empire and drive illegally on a county road to access the national forest. Our constituents, not their constituents that live along the county portion of that road, are really upset with this. Our shared constituents that live along that road are also really upset with this. So there's something to focus on with regards to trying to improve quality of life in Empire, and maybe try to resolve this conflict about the economic future of Empire and see some economic development outcomes. I mean, I don't like that word because when you think about Empire, it's a lot less about what you need to build and a lot more about how you get those buildings to be able to support viable businesses. Same thing on 6th Street in Georgetown. But anyway, I'm rambling. What I think if we choose to take on OHVs would be do the countywide, where are the hotspots, what's the data saying? And then really try to focus on Empire. And try to focus on, can we find a shared position with the town of Empire? And can we start to develop some solutions that improve quality of life and stop OHVs from really impacting people's quality of life there? So
Isn't that the same on the Lawson side as well? I mean, people have moved because they did not like the behavior up there.
I mean, maybe part of this is like where you are on the board and what you see going by your house is the data you have access to. All right. We had a commissioner that sat right next to North Empire Road. However, there's a lot of traffic there, right? And you don't have at the bottom of Blue Ridge, a municipality
It's not
saying,
Blue Ridge, it's the other side.
okay,
I don't have it where I'm at. It's by
Silver
Amy's
City.
house.
Behind
Silver
my
City
house,
is the other big,
Yeah.
well, one of the other big hotspots. So I think, I mean, the question is, are we sticking with OHV as the top priority? Or are we picking another one?
Top priority out of what?
The six categories of ROMP priorities, one of them is engage in specific user management plans. OHV is one of those that we could choose.
Well, it sounds like some of them are gonna be down the road anyways, like Guanella. That's being handled.
I think the impact of OHVs is less than the impact on Guanella. And, you know, we're talking about, recreation economy planning. Okay, so, well, wait a minute, let me back up. I'm assuming that, we're moving forward, without factoring in a lot of US Forest Service help, correct?
I think we have to assume that.
Okay.
With maybe the exception of Winilla Pass, where we actually have a district ranger. And he has strong policy opinions that are aligned with us and a desire to do something.
Okay, then I think we should take advantage of it before he's fired.
And just to be clear, the Guanella Pass tolling project is, I am currently not involved in that project, and that's not strictly something that I would consider a ROMP project explicitly. That's
right.
That's
Or
not
enforcement,
something that I'm
yeah.
actually, that's not on my list.
I would agree. That's not, that's separate from the romp.
Yeah, okay, all right.
So I have a recommendation. So they're working on the Guanella.
Thank you, yeah.
And maybe after we hear a report from what they have come up with, or, you know, then we can revisit. The Guanella is definitely a high priority. I just don't know that anything that we can do this year outside of get things in motion.
Well, except we can ticket and we can put a sign up warning people that they'll get ticketed if they illegally park.
And the sheriff is.
And I think we're gonna see that happen. I think that's what Brian's trying to say without
Yeah,
getting ahead of
the
that
two
team.
sheriffs are talking. I can't guarantee you there's gonna be signage. They're talking about how to address the impact.
This board has in the past said, you will put these signs that say these words on these roads.
Okay.
And that is within our authority. So
Signage is visual pollution also in a mountainous environment. So the two sheriffs are meeting to figure out how to address the impact created by lead seed.
Because
What more I can
helps
say.
decrease the impact if people are put on knowledge and then put on whatever, notice. And then we follow it up with actually ticketing people, then the word will spread. That's my 2 cents. And then my other question for you is, reading through the ROMP, did we achieve our 2024 milestones?
No, not all of them.
Okay, but some?
I don't have them all memorized, so not all of them, no. I can't answer that
We
question.
did change the creek access and recreation.
Yeah, we did most of the creek, priority ones. We have made good progress on the trail system evaluation items, but we don't, that is not fully implemented.
Also, I think that the expanded table in your packet walks through a lot of it's got more detail in it with respect to accomplishments. I mean, that's
current status.
I've current status. I'm looking at my table.
Yeah.
I mean, I read everything, but don't have it all in front of me
I
right
did
now.
not. I'll pull it up.
It's also, you read 500 pages of information or more as preparation for today, so you're allowed to,
Not remember where I read it. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I like the idea of working with 2 pairs, if we can have access there. And then convince the rafting companies that, hey, you can go to 2 Bears, get a burger
Oh.
after.
I'm sorry, it's not working with 2 pairs. It's getting a lease from CDOT to have access to charge for river access, at the Two Bears access point.
It's across the
Is
street
it,
from.
is
Two
it,
Bears.
is it also a, egress point? Like if they started up here, could they
Yes.
get out
Yes,
there
it's-
and then go over
it's
to Two Bears?
embankment and
I mean,
display.
I know it's across the street, so it
It's-
would
yes.
have to be.
But it has nothing to do with going to the bar.
I know that.
Okay.
But what I'm thinking is we're trying to get a tie-in between recreation and economics. I know we tax some of that, but
It won't have anything to do with that. It's not the end point of their trip.
oh, okay, all right.
It's just where they get out and get onto the bus and go back to the rafting company.
Well, couldn't they like? I mean, I guess this may be a conversation with rafting company. If we wanted to encourage them to spend money in Clear Creek County, not just go home, maybe they could. Well,
Oh.
anyway,
I think that rafting companies, it depends on which rafting company they are going to. So if they are a Liquid Descent company customer, for example, then they're returning to Liquid Descent, which is north of Idaho Springs or west of Idaho
Right,
Springs, right?
right.
So then they're more likely to stop in Idaho Springs for lunch on the way back.
Okay.
Many of the companies are west of the Two Bears location. So if that's their ending point, then they're getting on that bus and traveling west to go back to their car. So they do definitely have an opportunity to participate in the Clear Creek County economy, and rafting company trip participants are definitely good customers.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good to hear. And then my other, just to throw it out there, I've been saying it at every meeting I've been at. Floyd Hill, there is nothing between Evergreen and Idaho Springs. It'd be lovely if, we could have a coffee shop or a brewery or something in that commercial space by Floyd Hill open space. So they don't just come up from Denver, have a great mountain bike ride and then go home again. So just trying to capture dollars. So those are my comments. Thank you.
You are welcome. Good points. So are you sad? I just want to kind of check in on the conversation. You brought up Guanilla Pass, definitely a big issue. We know that there's a short-term solution being pursued. We know that tolling is being kind of scoped. I feel like that is going to put the pieces together for Guanilla Pass for like some kind of, that might be our best opportunity to really pilot like a modern bells and whistles recreation management strategy. I don't know if that's like we're there right now. And so I don't know that for me, that would be, let's say, that's the top priority for ROMP implementation because we've got other irons in the fire that need to sort of make it ready.
To me, that's a low hanging fruit that says to our community, we're taking serious this problem. And this is our initial steps in addressing the problem.
Right.
I mean, it took hours for me to get home that day. Or actually, it took hours for me to get to Sean Wood's memorial service because of all the backups for leaf peepers. But
were you on Guanilla Pass?
No, I wasn't, but the media was saying, go to Guanilla Pass, it's beautiful. So everybody from Denver went there. So if we could at least say we're doing something to address that this year, that would be important to me.
Oh, okay.
Which you said 3 times or 4 times that you are. So thank you.
And then like, I don't know if I would define it as low hanging fruit because like our goal right now, what staff said they have capacity for is to scope a project to explore tolling. And tolling is one component of the shuttling and all of the other stuff to say, wow, we've got like a really bells and whistles recreation management thing going on. So I wouldn't call it. I agree with
What I'm
everything you
talking
said,
about
except
in
calling it low-hanging fruit.
2025, that's not going to happen in 2025. But we could ticket and we could tell people we're going to ticket.
And I think we're agreed on that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then for me, the therefore is that focusing on Guanilla Pass as asking the ROMP people for ROMP implementation right now, your top priority is Guanilla Pass, is that this isn't the right timing.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Okay. So it's not an Amy bailiwick thing. It's Sheriff and Road and Bridge bailiwick thing. All right.
I think that's what we're trying to get across. Yeah, or that's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Well, right,
Yes.
ascertain, right? So then,
But presumably all the hiking trails off that, or that's all federal once they get up there.
it
So
is.
it's not,
Yeah.
nothing we can do about that. No parking, pay for parking or anything once they're up there.
Well, I mean, that would be in the category of high use trailheads, which is a second of, which is one of the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
management priorities. And there are different levels of complexity around identifying the high use trailheads. There's very many. They cause all sorts of challenges and conflict within the community, some of which are OHV related, some of which are not. That management priority offers another path forward. You know, if that was important to the commissioners, to you as commissioners, then there's an approach we could take there in terms of naming the different high use areas. Guanella Pass might be one, Grays and Torreys might be one, you know.
Yes,
Harmon Gulch might be one, you know, there's all sorts of areas that cause conflict and contribute to challenges in our community.
I would like to
So-
accomplish something this year that says to our community, we recognize the problem and this is our initial steps to address it.
Okay.
Do you guys just agree?
I agree, and I think it's underway.
Okay.
Are we back to,
No.
I was
Right.
talking about parking at the top of
Walking
Guanella Pass
trails.
too. Like pay parking.
Okay, well, that's a different topic.
Oh, I thought that's what you were reacting to when I mentioned it.
Well, the high use trailhead
Yes.
priority is identified in the ROM. It's
Yes.
not necessarily something that can be done this year, though. We have not, that was not so far been identified as a priority to address since we focused. Staff was directed to focus on OHVs.
Correct.
Wait a minute. The last board directed them to focus on OHVs that aren't specifically mentioned in the ROM.
To focus on
OHV user management.
the priority to develop specific user management plans.
What's the
And-
timeline for that then?
Well, we passed the resolution and we have not done anything beyond that.
Cause I've been at my property since 2008 and this has like been a subject since I know at least then.
People are gonna be talking about OHVs in Clear Creek County for the next 100 years.
Well, unless you become one or the other, I think it's because we're like in this mix where people don't know. They come up here and they don't realize, oh, Clear Creek County is not OHV friendly. They see it in the groups. Go up to, you know, whatever trail and I see that on Facebook. I belong in those groups.
well, George said it. As long as we have one of our communities who are actively trying to attract people with their OHVs, we're gonna be in that
Well, and we
in
had
that-
Lost
in
and
that
Adventure group too.
no person's land, yeah.
I misspoke if that was the impression you got that OHVs are my top priority. It's not. It's Guanella Pass. Because of the adverse impact on our whole community. And maybe Megan can help with this too, not having the news reporters say, oh man, go to Guanella Pass. They can talk about Boreas Pass next year or something.
I did not tell them to come for the record.
I know you did.
I was gonna say, but the economic development team is gonna be like, yeah, bring them in.
No, but they don't. They just go up there and then they go back home. But
The best month at the Georgetown market is Leaf Peter.
is it? All
Yep.
right, all right.
And it's
Okay.
one of the biggest ones as far as making money in the county.
Yes. Colton.
Yeah, so doing the data collection on Manila, we give about 100,000 cars a year on that pass in the 6 months or so that it's open. An interesting thing piling on Beth's comment here is our pickup locations on the cell phones paying in the winter because people are up there walking, right? Past the closer, right? You can see not negligible people up there already,
Mhm.
even with the road closed. Now, I think there is a lot of good conversation that can be had about increasing Georgetown's connection to the pass and getting like that secondary effect of the people coming through. But about half of the traffic that pass sees comes in those 2 weeks, right? So it's an astronomical.
September.
Right, it's the
Okay.
2 weeks, whenever the leaves start, you can go back all the way to 17 and see. As long as it's a good season and they're not just dead like 2 years ago. You can see the spike, right? And there's a lot more we can do to encourage that connection from an economic perspective. But it still has an effect, right?
Okay.
So part of the reason why we have this parallel track with managing the road is because we have a short-term problem, which the sheriff and public works for county are working on. Then we have a long-term problem of, we want to make sure that we're really informed about how tolling or reserving that road is going to affect Georgetown, right? Because it will displace people, it will push people away, which I think is part of the goal, but it also could flatten out.
Right.
That
Have a
curve.
negative effect to the economy.
Right, so we just need to so we have two tracks, right? We have a short-term problem that absolutely needs to be managed, right? And then we have a long-term problem. We want to make the decision of how we want to manage that pass really with a lot of really informed, because when we do decide to manage or limit access in any capacity, we want to make sure we understand how it's going to affect people's behavior. But look at case study to make sure that we're not driving too many people away from Georgetown.
Right.
Because that season is a boon. But I think in an ideal situation, we would try to put something in place that would flatten that curve. Because right now everyone comes on Saturday. It doesn't matter how many restaurants Georgetown has. It's physically impossible for all of them to come and spend money in Georgetown. There's too many of them, right? So you're filling up your tide pool and then it overflows and then they all go back down the hill, right? If we can flatten the curve, there's more potential that they'll have the physical infrastructure and capacity to receive more of those people over a longer period of time because the spike is so extreme. That's what we're seeing like in the early stages. And so I think I just think it's a pretty intense conversation because I've been pulling some case studies from like Estes Park and places that have entered those time reservation systems.
Yes.
And it has changed people's business interactions with Estes Park, in places like Pawnee Pass, right? They did a reservation system up there that was a really popular trailhead, and it does change how people interact. So
Well,
make sure that the board is completely informed before we start throwing stuff up.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as Estes Park goes, I was there for Summerfest a few years in a row. And this was after the reservation system. It was packed like it always was.
Yep. But it's not that we just want to make sure that we understand what the knock-on effects could be. And so what we're gonna work on this year is getting that business plan to the board for that long-term solution. And then the sheriff's having those conversations about the short-term management issue of this next season.
Okay, well, short-term management issue can provide you some data, right? So if the short-term management issue is ticketing the people who are dangerously parking on either side where there's no parking, that could help safety and help give you data points.
100%.
Okay, all right, I will be quiet now on that issue.
By saying that, do you mean to say that you are comfortable with not asking the ROMP team to put a bunch of energy into management on Guanella Pass this year?
It sounds like it's more of a road, bridge and sheriff issue.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right.
At least right now, the one thing that kind of came up in this conversation that feels like, wow, maybe this is a conversation to start now is, does the Forest Service want a vendor to manage their parking lots?
They might.
They also are going to be looking for a vendor to manage Mount Blue Sky. Not in 2025, but for 2026.
Yeah, after the road reopens.
Are there any other candidates we want the ROMP team to focus on? What I'm hearing is pick a big project, ask staff to go try to find a grant for it and make some progress. Am I hearing any other candidates for the big project for this year other than the OHV issue? So you're good with the OHV issue being the priority? I was pointing at Jody, sorry.
I know.
Okay.
Well, we also get complaints about high-use trailheads and no parking there, and then so sometimes it's not on our road, but we get the complaints on 103 when, there's no room.
And there's this broader context where I'm going to try to be as concise as possible. It's really common for local governments to realize the US Forest Service is never going to step in and to develop their own resources and their own management plans and like Summit County pays the US Forest Service to hire wildfire mitigation people, or just one example.
Wow.
So just so you kind of have that context.
Just as a side note, I do think there is probably some low-hanging fruit in partnering with the Forest Service to develop a better system for grays and tories.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be potentially partnering with Loveland to get some parking at Loveland and potentially building a second trail that bypasses the Stevens Gulch Road. And there's some solutions there that could not cost a lot of money, but just cost some time and collaboration. And that could help solve some problems there. That might be worth investing some time in.
So my goal is before the end of the year, we want to have some deliverables to benefit the county that is observable and has an impact.
I would like that too.
And that's to counter people who say, you always do all these surveys and then nothing gets done. We want to have something get done this year.
Okay.
Amy's brainstorming now.
Isn't that squeaky?
I wasn't gonna say this, but I have to.
Please.
So when I hear you say that, it makes me think that we haven't gotten anything done yet. And when you look at that document in terms of everything that Amy has done to date on these specific goals,
Right.
things have happened.
Right. I know. I mean, it's like things are coming together, but for the average constituent, I don't know if they're seeing it yet. Maybe we need to have better.
Well, that's the
Listen.
wheels of government turning a little bit slowly to get all these things done.
Okay.
And I recognize perception is
I know.
reality.
And that's what we get hit with.
It doesn't mean all the complaints are actually accurate.
I understand. I understand. And thank you for everything. I mean, I've been to your presentations and I do appreciate them.
Oh, I don't feel unappreciated. Thank you.
But
for saying so.
you're right. It's the same group of people that come to these when you open them up for, educating the public. So that makes it hard, but if we can.
But it's important to take, it's important to take a solid step this year. We've taken steps in the past, right? It's important to take a solid step this year too. The way that this board can support that is by picking a priority and asking staff to focus on it. And I think what you're hearing, I'm doing a lot of talking. So maybe I should just pause. And Jody, I asked you what you felt about the OHV goal. I think what you're hearing from your colleagues is that we think OHV management might be the thing to try to take some solid steps on this year.
And I think Guanella Pass is the one, but.
But we've already agreed that that's not a ROM project.
Okay, so that is already, okay, so we have two priorities.
I'm bringing your goals. We are bringing your goals to you at your next meeting.
Yeah.
Assuming that you adopt them, you're adopting a goal that says pursue tolling on Guanella Pass. And that That is direct direction to me as your county manager to go make progress on that. So that is outside of the ROM, assuming that's remains a goal of the board, that's gonna be happening anyway.
And the ROP doesn't appear on the board goals. So
Correct.
right, like the Guanella
Correct.
Pass is already a higher priority than anything that comes out today.
Okay. And the toll is like a big goal, but enforcing our laws should be part of it too. The parking, the illegal parking on the side of the road, it's dangerous.
That's again, the conversation the sheriff is having with the other sheriff, and that's in the end up to them to be able to make that happen. But it's really no different than the concerns that we're not enforcing our OHV laws today either, and that's
Good point.
it's a resource issue, right?
Right.
And we are lucky to have a sheriff that believes in writing tickets. And that's a new thing. And I mean, we got an email about it yesterday,
Yeah.
right? We have a sheriff who's telling his officers to write tickets when they see violations, and that's great. So
I'm slowing down on my commute.
yeah. So then I think we're agreed then. Are we agreed?
Okay. Yes.
We're agreed. What are our next steps?
Is that, I was assuming that was to me, but then I realized
It was.
without being sure.
Oh, no, Amy, what do you view our next steps as?
So I think that I think the next step is to, build out more of a plan on, a user management program for OHVs. That will include, coordination with the sheriff and, trying to come up with something that is, keeping your comments in mind from today of the idea that, balancing trying to figure out how to thread the needle on how much community engagement we need or don't need. And the idea of getting one deliverable for this year.
That's the piece that's going to be tough, right? Because the solutions involve a lot.
Is that something you'd have to partner with the National Forest as well, or?
Well, we would certainly want to include them and let them know if, say, we decided that the one deliverable for this year was that we were going to post all our county roads with no OHVs. That would, whatever, if that was something we decided to do, that would be something that would have an impact on the forest, and they would want to know that,
But not too much then.
It just sort of depends on how, where we decide on the scale and scope of the project.
So like the Lamartine area, a lot of that parking is on Forest Service land. North Empire, they're parking on county roads, right? And so like different levels of engagement in different areas.
Well, and then some people just assume because they have the permits from the forest that they can ride.
And some of them hear that from the Empire PD,
And some people are parking in CDOT right of way, and then, there's just a wide variety of scenarios. And I think that Commissioners Jody and Rebecca, you may not know that to issue tickets to OHVs on county roads is a moving violation. And so technically the law enforcement officers have to detain, have to be either on an OHV or on a vehicle that can
Be able to get after them.
pull over the OHV. So what the sheriff has typically said is that the most realistic enforcement that they can offer is parking violations for vehicles that are.
Wait a minute, if it's a moving violation.
Well, they don't engage in moving violation, so they don't typically pull over OHVs because they don't have vehicles to pull them over.
and they're not out
But if
there.
if it's on a county road, presumably.
It's one of the challenges.
It's a resources issue. They've got 2 patrollers at any
Oh,
given
I
time.
see, I see. what you're
Right,
saying.
so like they have to be there behind the LHV,
Okay.
witness the activity and then pull them over.
Yeah,
Thank
so it's
you.
very difficult to
Got it.
enforce
Okay.
the violation.
But you
This
can
is the
drive up and find
reality
someone who's
check I
parked.
need.
But that goes back to what Amy said earlier about targeted enforcement, right? Because when is ticketing HOV people ever going to be a priority for the sheriff's office? When you've got so few people on the street at this moment in time, right? So that's why, as she said at the very beginning, when she talked about it, it's more about targeted efforts to try and curb behaviors, as opposed to being out there every day doing it.
Right.
Right, and that's where the sheriff, when we last spoke about this, said that they could envision doing like enforcement weekends where they are trying to prevent illegal parking for OHV users. And that strategy, but even so, that would still be subject to availability of their resources. If there was a fire or an emergency or
Anything,
an
yeah.
accident, you know, it would be something that they would do, which all is part of the problem and all would be part of what I would imagine is the evaluation of how we solve and complete our approach, you know, like we have to keep our resources in mind as we figure out what we're gonna do with this, you know?
Because my constituents also wanted few drive-bys by the patrols in our neighborhood, you know, once a month would be nice, but not if we're assigning them everything else. Thank you.
That gets back to gets right back to Gwinnett Pass and OHVs and all of these things, you know, so.
I mean, the best thing we could do for OHV management in Clark Creek County is find a way to a sustainable budget, right?
Mr. What?
Find a way to a sustainable budget. Okay, so I want to suggest some next steps.
Okay.
I think I heard you say that we need some data and we would use that data to try to understand, like, are there county-wide policy goals that we can consider, or do we need to focus on specific areas? And so maybe a next step is to look at some data, bring that to the board, try to identify some low-hanging fruit and some recommendations for what we can accomplish this year.
So I think you heard Amy said we've not headed down the path of developing the management plan for OHVs yet. So we need to, which means it hasn't even been outlined of what that's going to look like. So you're kind of directing us down an area where I think we need to sit down and figure out exactly what's the process we're going to get bringing you an actual OHV management plan. That's going to include data for sure, but we haven't even outlined what that process is even going to look like yet. So
The next step is a work session on OHVs where you guys have some kind of a draft process or draft or something, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like where we can bring forth a project plan. And that might include funding options, how we would move through what that project might look like. And I think it would, and what kind of data we might need to collect, how we might collect that data, what data we have available already, you know, that sort of thing.
Does that sound like something that we think is a good next step to take?
I do want to be able to sell it to the community that we're moving forward on the issue somehow. So article in our newsletter or our paper saying, you know, OHV regulations being developed. I don't know.
We did do a lot of PR with the romp and it was in the paper. It was
I
kind
know,
of all over the
yeah.
place and I do encourage people to look for themselves too. It's all over our website and it's all over on the forum, but no, I'm happy to do something like that. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
That seems like a good addition.
And I think we can approach the project with an eye to some sort of deliverable this year and what we can complete this year. And it may be that we can't get anything done completed this year, but we can try, you know. And as Brian said, wheels of government move slow. It is, I think I mentioned this to you while you were still campaigning, Rebecca, you know, like it's hard to spend the people's money responsibly, you know. We have to spend the people's money responsibly. And that means but it takes a long time to spend it and to make sure we're designing these programs right. getting all the data before we figure out what the right answer is to these questions. And that just can take a really long time and it's annoying and it feels like.
And they will let us know that they're
Yeah,
annoying.
it feels like wasting money, but it is actually the responsible way to spend the people's money so that we don't make mistakes and we don't spend it in a way that results in something that can't be undone. And yeah, I don't know, that's how I look at what my responsibility is as a staff person. Thank you.
Okay. Just a quick closing comment. Recreation management is a topic with 1,000 rabbit holes. It's really hard to stay focused and get to outcomes. And I think as a first stab at this, we did a reasonable job. I've had much more challenging recreation management conversations in this room. Fun. Thank you. And thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
I think we're done.
Great.
Next agenda item is a work session to discuss county grant applications. How are we doing?
I think, yeah.
Or a break for.
Exactly. Do we want to do a
Peter's
lunch
like
break?
lunch.
Lunch, lunch.
We're going to do a lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:20.
Thank you.
Recess until then.
How about those?
The board meeting is going to begin in just a couple minutes. Okay, we are back. Next on the agenda is a work session to discuss county grant applications. And Brian, am I handing this right to Rachel, or do you have opening comments?
No, I think you can give it right over to Rachel.
Rachel, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. And this, this item is a working session. Thank you so much for offering Zoom, by the way. With the weather insurity in some spaces when you're driving, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to continue this through Zoom. And obviously the weather today was all over the place. So anyway, I want to make sure and tell you all that I will be bringing back during the March 18th meeting an actual policy, and it really is specific to grants around the discretionary method. And in this report to you all on this working session, I attempted to provide some definition around the kinds of grants and what a discretionary grant means as compared to a block grant and a formulaic grant, and then other financial assistance like donations and rebates. Those are all different categories, and really my hope is to narrow in during our conversation today on the discretionary grants. In the big picture, the county's $40 million budget, approximate $40 million budget, approximately 20% is funded by federal funds and 15% through state grants. Excuse me, those percentages can be deceiving, though, because some of our base operations and our court services are based in a substantial amount, some even at 100%, in grants, including federal or state. So the importance becomes in communicating internally and streamlining our processes, given the times we're in with limited staffing, in ensuring we're investing our time on those things that result in the greatest impact to what the board expects us to be working on. And not all grant opportunities are great grant opportunities, especially on a federal level. I won't go belabor the point that you all are fully aware of around federal funding, but the reality of just a federal grant, no matter the environment we're in, is that it is incredibly burdensome on the administrative side. It has a variety of expectations that go along with them, and the county early on identified the need for staffing around grants, and our team in finances attempted to accommodate what we can. But this is really intended to narrow in, again, on those discretionary grants and your priorities first, and then make sure to clarify for you the purposes of bringing before you any resolutions around grants and the big picture of how I view the grant targeted work this year. I started pulling apart the actual budget. And within the budget, where we had identified the need for specific grants to meet revenues on the expense side within operations. So if you were to look at pages, excuse me, at the bottom of page 2 to page 3 of the memo itself, You'll see I've attempted to identify the 3.096 or $0.1 million worth of grants that we're relying on not only applying to and receiving this year. Many of those include federal dollars. We're doing our best to obviously get those applications in and then seeing about the return. So that's the real identified first priority that we've been focusing on this year for grant making and working with departments. Then outside of the budget, I'm attempting in the policy itself, and I'm hoping to get buy-in from you all, that the next priority be on the capital improvement plan projects that were not funded or that are within our plan and never made it in front of you all, or other operating items that never made it in front of you all. So the attempt is to make sure that if we can achieve one-time funding to address things that are one-time items, that we capture those as quickly as we can with a limited burden on administration. That does require greater analysis by us before we apply. There is a process internally where Brian and depending on the elected office, the office manager, the director would need to approve of the grant being sought, and then we can go after the next steps in application. But mostly agencies want to know that the Board of County Commissioners agrees with the application before we make it. And then when we come back, if it is actually achieved, we go through the budget appropriation process to receive those revenues when they actually begin to come to us. And then begin spending and updating reports for you all on the Board of County Commissioner side. So the attempt is to reduce potentially excitement around projects that may not be on your capital improvement list, becoming a leapfrog over those priorities of the capital improvement list, or the general operating expenses that we've been trying to accommodate through grant making as detailed in the 25 budget. So that was the first hope, is just to get that formalizing in front of you, get your reaction to those priorities. And then anything else that you feel like I need to be contemplating before I come back through Brian and Peter and their review of the grant policy. Any other strategic methods that you want me to employ when we are reviewing grants, and then I can make sure those are added to the policy before they come before you. And then second, to make sure that you know that formal resolutions are not required before an application is made in most instances. Sometimes there are grant applications that do require a resolution before we can apply, but most cases, we just need to ensure that you all are aware of them and that they're made within the policy direction. For example, if there was a grant application that were to come through Brian's desk and it was for under $100,000, that would meet the procurement policy of what could be purchased, but that may not meet the full burden of match. Could be $100,000, and a grant could actually be a $3 million expense. So those kinds of situations will have to be evaluated every time we come before you. So is a formal resolution really required for every application? No, they're not. But in the instance that there is one, we'll come back to you. And last, there was conversation recently around what happens if there is a situation where an agency has given us a grant, we're relying on the dollars, we've already gone out to an RFP, and for some reason, we're not going to get those dollars. They've either been frozen, the program has been defunded, something, even though there is some sort of contractual obligation on the granting agency. What do we do? And I also wanted to just point out the potential of adding, and I didn't add this into this memo, but it really did come up in the last couple of conversations with our leadership team. And I want to make sure that I reflect on it in the policy, and that is the use of reserve funds in the event there is an emergency like that. And we have to, making sure that you all know that we would be asking you for the release of reserve funds if in fact there is a case where we couldn't accommodate those dollars and a funding agency doesn't fund us, even though they're contractually committed to doing so. So that's really kind of the big picture of this working session. Really, we just wanted to make sure you knew the framing I'm putting around grants, that we're really trying to narrow in on these one-off discretionary grants and streamline some of the processes around them. And I'll take your questions. That's it.
Thank you, and I apologize to the public for the poor introduction. This is Rachel Harlow-Schock speaking. You are what is your title? You're not the finance director. Your title is different.
No, finance director and assistant county manager.
There you go. Okay, what questions do we have?
I just wanted to thank you for the explanation of the grants and how the process currently works. And I seem to recall that you were asking if my phones are blowing up. If Brian can approve more than he currently approves, just to streamline the process?
I actually hadn't asked for that. Thank you, Commissioner. No, I had not asked that. Right now we could. We're currently relying on the $100,000 procurement policy to set the direction around how much Brian could apply for on grants. But if the direction is to give him the opportunity to be more strategic, I will say even a $25,000 grant can result in a heavy burden administratively. And I know I highlighted that in the memo a little bit, but that burden of administration and grants sometimes doesn't even matter the amount.
Okay.
Okay, so this is about the part of the piece of direction you're seeking. Maybe this is what we focus on first. Is we have two options. One is, do we want every grant application to come to us, or do we want to say everything on this second table, sort of the budget, the priorities that aren't funded, the board will support a grant for? Am I understanding you right?
No, sorry. I think she wants clarification on the BOCC, whether a resolution must be passed for every application, or if a meeting in front of the BOCC tracking approval to apply in minutes is.
So let me help a little bit. So some of this is, if you approve a project in a budget, you have funded it. Is that task, can we use that as approval or as your support for the grant that we're now submitting to try and fund that project? That's one of the things she's asking.
So let's stop there. I think, does somebody, who wants to lead with their opinion on that?
That makes sense for the first group here. For the second group, I had a couple comments on things.
So for the first group, I agree. Jody, do you? If there's a project in the budget and staff identifies a funding source for it, yes, please, you have direction to go after it. Okay.
Rachel, you want to add into that?
Nope, that's perfect.
Okay. What's the next step?
The second
Okay.
is that second table that would be very helpful. And that is the capital improvements and then the projects that have never come before you potentially, but maybe they never came before you as part of the budget because we cut it well before it was ever even brought together.
Okay. So you want direction on these right now, or? Okay, is that a nod?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just to clarify the opportunity within Brian's, so you can see some of these one-off items are less than the $100,000. Some of them are $300,000 replacement vehicles. There's some ambiguity on the kinds of things that we could be going after for funding in a one-time situation, as opposed to, like, is it a priority for us to fund capital, like actual projects that were not actually funded? Or is it more of a priority to fund capital items like chairs and vehicles. Is there a distinction between a long-term liability, which a vehicle could have, and an asset resource like a capital improvement project compared to the purchase of a drone or even other smaller vehicles or pieces of equipment?
And I guess I would also ask you to focus on the projects and the equipment, not the people positions that you're seeing on this list. These are all things that were cut out of the budget request.
Mhm. I don't know if this answers the question, and I'm just gonna say it anyway. And this is a people point. I kind of cringe when you put in human resources assistant, because I've been hearing staff complain that they can't get done what they want to get done within the 32 hours. And of course, we didn't give them the raises that they wanted. So why would you hire somebody else to fill in the gaps when you could maybe just give that to the people who are currently working and maybe bump them back up to 40 hours? That was just one red flag that jumped out at me.
So again, these are all things that were cut from the budget. They're not in the budget today.
Correct.
The question that Rachel is asking is of the non-people things on here, the equipment, the small projects like paint, like the bay door at Public Works.
Okay, then the public works or the paint and the carpeting in our tight budget year, that's not critical for our operations. I want to look at, yes, fixing things that need to be fixed, but the niceties, I think we have to set aside.
So maybe let me pull up the. Go ahead.
Before we get too far away from your comment, I think what you're seeing here is a table that was developed based on proposals that were made before we made the shift to 32 hours. I think that's why you're seeing that asked on this.
Thank you for that clarification. That is true.
Okay.
That was a submittal before.
Okay.
So,
All right.
with that said,
Thank you. Thank
please.
you.
So let me add to what Rachel said in the beginning. So part of this is that this is not a criticism of anyone in the past, but I think a lot of times we've had this scattershot mentality when it comes to grant. Oh, look at that. Look at that grant over there. Let's go apply for that and we'll figure out what we can use it for.
Oh, no.
Versus these are the things our departments have already identified as needs,
Mhm.
right? For whatever reason, we need a new stove in the jail right now.
That
Obvious
sounds
reasons,
kinda critical.
maybe we don't want to do that today, right? But that's the point of what Rachel's bringing to you, is allow this to frame our where and what we're going after, as opposed to seeing a shiny grant and then figuring out how best we can use it, which has been somewhat of the county's MO through the years in terms of how we've been using grants.
Particularly since it's a lot of effort to apply for a grant, we want to make sure it's something we really need.
Right.
All right.
And Commissioner Abramson, I just wanted to come back around the point you had around people and bringing people back on board. The grant funding and the reason I'm really belaboring the list of things, and especially one-time purchases, is that staff are not one-time, they are an ongoing activity, and grant funding, one-off discretionary grant application will not support
Okay.
in many years, most of the time. So getting clarification in the policy that I'm drafting, the staff additions, what I'm sharing to within that policy, and you'll see it, is that I didn't bring it intentionally today. A couple of reasons. First, I haven't had Brian and Peter to look at it, but I also want to make sure that you all have your input. They both know and are aware of it. They've been in all the conversations, but they haven't had their final review on it. But I want to make sure that I'm reflecting on your priorities. If you're asking, is there a way for us to accommodate through these measures, a way to return staff to the 40 hours, a one-time discretionary grant won't do that. But if it results in a release of other dollars in a one-time event that could, in the long term, result in a return of the employees back to 40 hours, that makes a further kaleidoscope available in a policy direction. So, for example, if we were going to apply for a grant in the general fund that relieved $200,000 off of a project that is a major infrastructure project that would take 5 to 10 years of investment in a long term, those are dollars that could be relieved within the general fund to accommodate staffing. So over a 5 to 10 year period. So that kind of change in view is something that I can contemplate in that when a grant that actually goes in front of Brian.
Interesting. Thank you.
So I think, I mean, we've already established the first priority is things that we've approved in our budget that we know we're spending our dollars on anyway. The second priority is what we need to discuss now. I'm hearing sort of you, rather than just say unfunded staff requests for one-time expenses, are you looking for more specificity than that?
Not necessarily. I think it's the allowance for the nuance that the commissioner just described around if there's a huge benefit from participating in a larger grant dollar that results in availability of funds within a budget area over a longer duration of time, that being more than 3 years, I would just suggest, because we really don't have any staff in our compensation and work plan that we're intending to remove after 3 years. So 5 to 10 years worth of dollars freed up within a fund, that's a little bit different. For example, we had that with Treasury and the amount of dollars that were delivered as a result of COVID. Those kinds of dollars are not likely to be seen again. But if in fact there is the opportunity to move dollars away and into projects and then free up staffing, those are the kinds of nuance that I can add to the policy.
So like in addition to sort of unfunded staff requests for one-time expenses, you're suggesting large long-term funding sources also be sort of in that second priority? Or you're asking if the board supports that?
Yes.
How do we feel?
That makes sense.
Makes sense to me too.
How does that affect the budget overall?
Well, let me not answer that question.
Did you hear that, Rachel?
How would that affect the budget? So these are all just inputs for a review on an application that would come through Brian for review as to whether or not we can actually, or the delegated or this specific office, for example, in the sheriff's office, if they were to apply for a grant and it included people, the budgetary impact would have to be evaluated over a distinct number of years. So if we're increasing staffing, is there another way to accommodate it? If it isn't, then we have to have a different kind of conversation. As far as how it affects the budget, if you all say these kinds of items minus staffing are the kinds of things that we are willing to support additional grant applications for this year, then we can also add that to our list of applications. I will tell you though, that we have slowed our applications into the federal programs just because we've got so many other things going on, number one, but also number two, we have a lot of grants that we've already received that the distributions may be slowed. So we're really being cautious right now on the kinds of applications we're making and being really thoughtful about them. But if there are opportunities for us to add in anything but FTE to an application that's within that second list, are you in support of that?
Will you restate that last
Yeah.
one more time?
Are you in support of any application outside of staffing? So not to expand staffing, but at least in that second list, are you in support of us seeking grant applications for accomplishing these kinds of activities, these listed items? So
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
I don't always have to jump out.
Oh, would you just remind me what Xterra is?
That's a vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
So these not approved activities really have had a close eye of the board. And so like this is a good setting for us to make sure that we're looking at everything on the list. And if we say, yeah, if it's on this list, apply for it. Like I'll point out an example. Old dispatch center repurposing. The sheriff has a plan, has a concept around how to use the old dispatch center that may or may not fit into our process of looking at our facilities and how to be more efficient with our facilities use. So with that item, I would say if the sheriff identifies a grant and wants support for application, I think he needs to talk to the board and we need to evaluate that against the trade-offs.
Well, and that's a good example of something that I know is going to, assuming approval next meeting, that it might not be in alignment with one of your board goals, where I would say we need to have that further conversation. I would highlight that, you got two at the bottom on page 3, the internal services, and then a bunch at the top on page 4. Those are all items our facilities team has identified as needs in the organization. We need a new generator at the transfer station. We cut it. So those are examples of things that our facilities team has said. These are items that are needed within our ability to operate, right? So those are good examples, I think, of what Rachel's talking about in terms of projects and equipment, et cetera.
Okay, so do we really want to, and this is all for going after grants, right?
Correct.
Third.
Okay. If it takes a lot of staff time to apply for grants, do we really want to use staff time to go after carpet replacement and interior painting?
Right. But maybe there's a grant out there that covers 4 of those things. And so it's not 10,000, it's 40.
Okay.
Right. So but you're right. That's the kind of trade-off that Rachel and us, we have to evaluate.
Okay.
Brian, thank you for your comment about the dispatch center. You're right. You're aware of that context, and there's an argument to be made that we can say, yeah, generally speaking, within what you know of our priorities, we're going to sort of delegate to staff to figure out where the match is between available grant dollars and our needs. Is that a compelling argument?
Mhm.
And if that is a compelling argument, then I think we would go with we don't need you to come to the board every time you're applying for a grant. We would say today, or in this policy that we approve, everything on this list, if staff says this is the right fit, we'll be in support of that. So is that the question, right?
I think so. MYM carpet replacements, that's another good example there, right? We're not going to do that project.
In a building that we have in the budget.
Right.
I do, if I could ask a further question around policy itself, that as you pointed out, there's a distinction between those operations run under the administration side within Brian's group, and then there's the distinction of what goes on within the elected offices. And there is my curiosity around the elected offices is whether or not you want, as a board, to be having conversations with those elected officials prior to their application for grants, because they don't necessarily require Brian's approval to seek those grants. So it feels like that's an additional nuance that we can make sure is added to the policy that says if an elected official office is going to be applying for a grant, they would seek your support for that as a board.
I think that's really wise. I mean, obviously where we have authority is when it comes to approving the grant agreement. I don't think we want to be in the kind of organization that would go get a grant and then have the board not approve it. And so I think it would certainly be wise. I don't know if we get to direct the elected officials to do that. Are you saying that you could write into the policy something saying something like that?
Yeah, because the staff within all of the offices, all of the elected offices, we all work really well together. And on the grants team and the support side, we really don't worry about whose elected official they work for. We want to help the employee get the grant if they need to do that for their work. But in the case of ensuring that there's cohesion, I think there's a really important piece of making sure that when staff do apply on behalf of another elected office, that you all are aware of that. And ultimately, the BOCC is likely the person who could be signing the contract that's ultimately comes in front of the county because of the dedication of resources. So yeah, I do think that's an added that is an added item for the policy that would be helpful. And I think I can say just that in the policy, if in fact there isn't if staff are applying for a grant outside of the administrative arm, that the elected officials have a conversation to ensure that there is support for each other in those applications.
I would support a policy that sort of makes clear that this side of the house needs to understand a grant application is strategic coming from an elected office. What I'm not sure is that it needs to come to the board, because I the same logic in my mind applies, right? If Brian and you and team the potential application from an elected office and you think it fits within our goals, I would just as soon not have another bureaucratic step to be able to meet a grant deadline or something.
Good point.
Okay.
Does that?
So to use this as an example, Beth had us do that one today. We would not have needed to do that then for the broadband.
Oh, that's just.
Or that was just a letter.
Yeah, it's just.
So that wouldn't affect.
Right.
Okay.
That one, the letter thing is you gotta get
Just
it on an
the-
agenda if you want your signature on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Brian can write and sign letters all day long
Yep.
with simple direction. Anyway.
Okay. I think that covers all of the specific items I was hoping to cover with you all in preparing for the next step, which is bringing to you a policy specific to grants. But aside from the reserve issue, that is the newest issue that's come up recently, and that is in the event that a grant that we've applied for, awarded, and under contract for with a funding agency, in the event that those dollars are stalled or removed completely, that the board be brought a request to utilize reserve funds as a result of an emergency. So these wouldn't be the Tabor reserves, these would be the board reserves.
Additional caution around grant making, around applying for federal grants is definitely warranted right now.
Yeah.
I would say we would either want to know that we have money in the reserve to fill in a gap if the federal government doesn't make good on a contract. Seems wise.
I mean, how do we avoid signing a contract to get something done in reliance of a awarded grant before we get the money? What's the usual lag time there?
It depends on the agency. At the federal level, we've got one contract. I'll give you an example of a reality. Currently, oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I was having a sidebar with Peter, my fault.
Okay, sorry. No worries. For example, we have a contract on a way of often giving a grant to a local government is to give a primary grant and then amend it for a 5-year period to infuse additional dollars annually. Right now, we have a project in a federal system where we have a primary grant and an amendment to provide infusion of dollars on an annual basis, those dollars could be slowed. That's the kind of reality. We could have projects. We've received awards for projects that we've said no to because we don't have the capacity to take them on any longer. And we've also received, we're also waiting for grants where we've requested an amendment to receive our infusion, and those have been slowed.
Okay, yeah, I just don't want to get us overextended if we suddenly find ourselves tapping into reserves for a lot of grants.
Well, Rachel, this is staff planning on the fly right here in the middle of the meeting. I mean, if we were already contractually bound to complete a project, we've got a contractor on board to complete said project. It's federal money and the feds pull their money. We're still on the hook to pay that contractor. So wouldn't we be coming to the board anyway with a request for reserves or something in order to make good on our commitment to that contractor anyway?
I would defer to Peter around the potential ability for us to break a contract, because I do think there's sufficient ability for us within our contracts, given an agreement. There are outs in those cases. Of course, we want to complete a project, and of course we want to come back to the board. But if we didn't have enough money within our reserves and we didn't have an option, then we would have to look to the contract.
It would, of course, depend on what the project is as well, right? If a contractor has provided the service, we're on the hook to pay that, irrespective of termination post. So we can have termination language in any contract, and it's reasonable to pay them up to a certain point. But let's say they're actually constructing something pursuant to some grant or renovating something. Are we going to stop that renovation in the middle because the funding has been pulled? We owe them for what they've done regardless, but you would realistically, if you wanted that project finished, rather than have it half done,
right,
you'd have to go back to the board for actual appropriation of money.
Right. Because otherwise we're losing money if we stop it in the middle of the.
And the other caution, the only other thing I mentioned about the grants and the way that we have in the past brought these to the board's approval, attention before actually applying for the grant sometimes, is because the state now pretty much in any grant application essentially puts its contract as part of the application. So you're submitting the application, you're agreeing to the contract.
In those kinds of scenarios, I mean, there are going to be scenarios where you've got to bring a grant to the board. That just makes sense. I do think like a big takeaway here is that moving forward, when we're receiving federal funds and then going in contracting, we need to make sure that our termination clauses are adequate. And I don't know what our current contracts look like.
It just depends if we're talking about a contract that's with somebody that we secure for an RFP, or if it's the contract that's provided by the state. They're harder to influence and modify.
Okay.
The question that I had was who or what would be for an emergency? Who decides that, or what decides that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Rachel was talking about it, if there was an emergency for the funding.
So, yeah, I was describing the potential to come back and ask for reserve out of the Board of County Commissioners Reserve Fund. Right now, our reserve fund, it's on our list of policies to review with Peter, and the reserve policy is pretty broad in what it could be used for. That dollar set is different than the Tabor Reserve. The Tabor Reserve requires the declaration of an emergency as a local, not necessarily the same as within the reserve policy that the board has, which is a different reserve dollar.
So the board declares that?
The board would determine the use.
If we need to spend Tabor reserves, we have to declare an emergency. It could be a budget emergency.
Right.
Hopefully we don't have to do that. Okay, so I think we've answered, well, you said that we've answered most of your questions. This is an opportunity for us to talk about anything else that we want to talk about related to this list. I'm saying that because I want that opportunity, but I don't have to go first.
Go first.
Okay. What's missing from this list is just something I can only really broadly state as things that support board goals, right? Like, we have a list of goals. And if we find a grant opportunity that could support one of those goals, like say to scope the Guanilla Pass tolling project, I would hope that would be maybe even a first priority grant, not a second priority grant.
Sure, makes sense.
Okay.
In a perfect world, well, yeah. In a perfect world, those goals get set, then we go build your budget and you adopt it.
Yeah.
Not after the fact, right?
You're right. We haven't quite gotten there yet. So that's one thing. I'm wondering if right now staff has direction to go apply for a Safer Streets grant. That is a federal grant. I don't know that we need to solve this problem here, but I just want to point that out. We didn't approve that grant in the context of knowing that all of this complexity. Let me ask staff first. Should the board reconsider that direction?
You got an answer for that, Rachel?
So the Safer Streets grant, as I recall, is really around schools and an alignment with schools and safety of walking paths around schools. Is that the same, just to make sure that I'm getting clarity from you, is that the same? Sorry, Beth. Is that the same as your SS4 grant application specific to the DLD sidewalks question? Are those the same two things in your mind?
Yes, I was referring to improving infrastructure and DLD, and I guess the Safer Street grants is just one. There's reconnecting communities, there's
Right.
so more broadly speaking.
Yeah, you gave us direction, I think 3 meetings ago when Amy brought it to you all and you said, go after all the funding you can to accommodate this DLD and create a better and safer environment for people walking on sidewalks.
Yeah. And that's where I just like with all of this context, I guess we can say push forward in recognition of this nuance, or does the board want to ask for some time for us to discuss the risks associated with applying for a federal grant for infrastructure and DLD?
So the risk would be, it would be denied, right?
It could be denied or never even considered, and we could have wasted application time. It could be granted, and then we could
Not get the
find out,
money.
later find out we're not getting the money.
Could be a reimbursement and never reimburse. That's the worst case scenario.
Like if we were to ask ourselves the question, before we apply for a federal grant, we want to make sure there's money in the reserve to pay for the project. Like, what's the answer to that in this context?
And our reserve is only what, 1.5 million?
Our unrestricted reserve is sitting around 15 million, Rachel.
You know, it sounds somewhere.
Fund balance,
15,
unrestricted.
16. But again, that's what we're eating into every year.
Right.
That's
I mean, I think that some of the meetings that we're attending right now is these people asking where their federal money is, that they applied for these grants and they've started their sewer projects or and they're stuck. They're,
We're hearing some really terrible stories in our circles.
And that's the position we do not want to be in.
Right.
So I'm not asking for a decision now. I think I'm just planting the seed. What if the board says this, staff, if you in evaluating this feel like there are risks that we need to reconsider this, please bring it to us. Does that seem like a reasonable approach to that specific situation?
It does, yes.
Board?
Yeah.
Okay. Wanted to bring that up. Another thing that it has never been adopted as policy, and I don't know if this is grants policy, this is something that was just verbally given direction from the last board is that it takes board approval to replace a vehicle with an internal combustion engine. If you're not replacing a vehicle and buying an EV as the new vehicle, you need to come and explain yourself to the board. With respect to the light duty stuff, every time I bring this up, people say, what about snowplows? Not talking about snowplows
Or sheriff's vehicles.
or sheriff's vehicles.
Well, okay, so this is a new board. I know
Mhm.
that was from the old board.
Yeah.
If we lived closer to the metro area where there are a lot more EVs charging stations, I'd be more comfortable with that. But we don't, we're in a colder climate, have to climb mountains, and the number one vehicle pulled off the roads during a big snowstorm are all the EVs.
Is that true?
Yes, yeah, it's like Teslas. So I definitely support protecting our environment, particularly in our valleys here. But to make staff risk running out of juice somewhere and being stranded, that makes me a little bit uncomfortable.
But it doesn't mean they can't purchase it. They just have to come to the board for approval, correct?
It just means if staff thinks there's a context where they need an internal combustion vehicle, they come to us and they explain why.
But okay. So I guess I'm still uncomfortable with the push to make staff have to use EVs in this climate. I mean, when I bought my last combustion vehicle, I specifically asked about EVs, and I told them that, I use my car to go up into the mountains, and I live in Clear Creek County, and we go skiing, and I was told that's probably not the best vehicle for me.
When was that?
I bought this one 5 years ago. And I don't think the infrastructure is improved that much.
Can we do this? Because this is not what we're scheduled to do.
Okay.
Well, I brought it up, so I'm not, I actually raised it because I thought that might be a response and I'm trying to find all the rabbit holes that we need to go reconfirm. Brian, can we ask this? Can we ask the staff that has purchased EVs to just write us a little something? Maybe you can provide it in a manager update, just a little something about what their experience has been.
Sure.
Has it worked out?
I know Aaron gave us a report when we did the ambulance park.
He wasn't very happy, was he?
No, because they take forever to charge in the cold.
Yeah.
So they have to heat the bay, which is like.
The cold charging is a big deal.
Okay. Good enough for me. That's the only other thing I saw. I read the word Xterra on Monday morning and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go into this rabbit hole now. Thank you all for indulging me.
If I may, I was just gonna offer up an answer around the reserve question that you had asked. And I just wanted to make sure that you had there are three different ways, three different pots of money within the budgeted allocations for 2025. The first is the 3% Tabor restricted reserve. That is 893,000. That's Tabor reserve. Then the board has a separate set of dollars in its own reserve policy. And then that reserve policy, there's dollars set aside for the general fund, road and bridge, and open space. And in those funds, the general fund itself has its own reserve separate from fund balance. It has an additional reserve of 5,482,083. Road and bridge around 500,000, and then in open space around 345,000, excuse me. So I'll go back to those numbers again. The board reserve, 5.5 million. Road and bridge, 500,000, and open space, 345,000. Fund balance for the general fund, after we remove those two number sets, is 13.5 million. Okay, then road and bridge is 1.9 million. And open space is 1.3. The other funds also have fund balance as well in different numbers. But I wanted to make sure and point out that there are different reserves around just the board policy number. And that $5 million number is a nice number, but it hasn't had a second layer of analysis, which is what I would like to do. In our new reserve policy, I'm used to seeing a reserve policy that isn't based in percentage of fund balance or percentage of expense, but instead around actual operating expenses and maintaining operating expenses for a period of time. So 3 to 6 months, for example. That's the kind of policy, or 6 to 9 months. That makes a different number set, but I will talk to that with Peter. We've got that on our list of stuff to go over.
Yay, I'm looking forward to that for you. I think, is there anything else? This is our opportunity to take pot shots at anything on this list.
Well, I've taken my painting and new carpet pot shots. Just given our budget issues.
Okay. Good to go. Thank you, Rachel, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next thing on the agenda is a work session to discuss tourism efforts. We have Brian Bossart and Colton Roloff here.
As I shared this morning during my update, your next commissioners meeting is Tuesday, where we're going to continue this tourism conversation. I think we left the last mayors and commissioners meeting asking your partners to go back and continue their conversation on tourism and where they stand with respect to the data that Colton did a wonderful job of explaining to them. We did attach that same presentation to this packet. So we wanted to follow suit based on what you had asked your partners to do and give you some opportunity to kind of further this conversation about tourism. So I think at that point I'll stop and turn it back to you guys. And
Well, I think you were also going to ask the municipalities, or the municipalities were supposed to come back to the county and say, okay, we've appointed this staff person to help you versus.
so that was the housing authority.
Was the housing authority? Yeah.
So that was the other agenda.
Okay.
That was the other agenda item that day, but
Okay.
Colton is working with partners from each of the staff from each of the municipalities or tourism bureau, et cetera, on a second tourism, kind of a drill down of our tourism demographic. So that's going to be the presentation next Tuesday. I think part of this is to make sure that the three of you are in alignment, right, with where our tourism time should be spent. I mean, I think we've been spending a lot of time today talking about with how the direction coming from the previous board, right? And I think that was correct me if I'm wrong, George, but I think that was to maximize the folks that are here as opposed to, and what we're getting from the folks that are here and manage that impact as opposed to attracting new folks to the county. But again, this is an opportunity for the three of you to make sure you're in alignment on our tourism efforts. And I guess I should also add, Cassandra wants to come to the April 1st meeting to give an update on the work of the tourism board. So I just throw that out there. That's there. In the time that I've been here, there has not been a joint meeting of the two boards, kind of like you do with Open Space Commission, for instance. It's the executive director coming here in one of your board meetings to brief you, and assuming the three of you are in alignment, would there be value in having some kind of a joint meeting with that board to ensure there's alignment between the three of you and the tourism? Even you appoint their members.
I'd be very interested just to get up to speed on it.
So what you're suggesting is rather than say, yes, Cass, come for a update. Instead it's actually get with your board. We want a joint meeting. We hope that we can find a time where we can all get together and really try to build policy alignment.
Yes, I'm throwing that out there as some for the three of you to talk about.
I think that's wise. I
Do
think
they meet once a month?
I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah.
yes. I think that's wise. And if maybe the easy button is for them to tell us when their next board meeting is and see if we're available. There's only three of us and not that our schedules are simple. Okay, so then Colton, maybe you can help us here, just kind of summarize the takeaways from this initial deep dive that you did and some of the interesting policy questions that it's.
Yeah, and I came into looking at this tourism stuff, trying to have not made any assumptions about what's happening. Obviously, I live in the county, and so I've heard from my constituents too about some of their frustration with tourism in general and feeling overcrowded. But if you look at it from a business intelligence perspective, right, we have what I've heard since I've been here is a lot of focus on a term called tourist, right, which is like a very generic term, right? I'm trying to put the point of the presentation was to kind of put some guardrails around what tourist means, right? How tourists behave in that traditional sense versus the fact that we are 30 minutes from downtown Denver, right? And I think some of the more observant members of the community have pointed out, and I think, Jody, you said this, that your tourists are not who you think they are, right? And largely the data has borne that out. COVID changed our tourism dynamic pretty dramatically. And in the sense that before COVID, about 70% of our visitors were from more than 250 miles away. Now it's the inverse.
Wow.
60+% of our visitors are from Denver Metro. And they behave very differently than tourists. When you're on vacation, tourism people, they go for more experiential things. They spend a lot more money. They can't drive home, so they're eating 3 meals a day, staying in hotels, paying lodging tax, right? When you have a switch to a lot of the pressure on our recreational spaces being from people who are within an easy commute of their house, it is very hard to break them of that dynamic. They do not spend as much money in this county, almost by a factor of 10 less. And they're harder to market to because they've already made their decisions about what they're doing that day, right? I mean, just think about how you behave in your own community, right? If I live in Lakewood, I think of Floyd Hill as just my backyard, right? I don't look at on my phone and really look for new restaurants. I know where I eat. I have my own habits, right? So having an understanding of that when we talk about, but they carry the same risk on our public safety infrastructure as anyone from out of state. They can get hurt. A lot of times they get hurt more often because they take bigger risks and they're doing a lot more free recreational activity on public land. So it's how do we do a better job making sure that our marketing and our business community understands that this is a huge portion of their population, and right now they're leaking down the hill about 65%. And what I mean that is that when they come here and do something, their next stop is not in the county at a rate of 65%. We're only capturing 35% of those people, right? Engaging in any kind of business activity, including just buying gas, right? So to me, in the data, that's our biggest economic failure, right? Is that in most counties, it's about getting the people here, right? I mean, if you talk about why big cities give up NFL stadiums and they always go to the suburbs, because the suburbs view it as, I can get 1 million people here a year, right? And then they can go shop at restaurants, right? It's that secondary effect. Our secondary effect on almost the $7 million people that visit this county a year isn't very good. We didn't do very good connecting them. They're already here. They're just not connecting with our larger economic system very well. Partly it's the proximity to their house, but partly it is, I think people don't even think to do it, right? And so because they behave differently and because they need to be marketed to differently, I want to start the goal of the presentation was to make that case and start the conversation of how we split our efforts. How do we maintain keeping those high return on investment overnight out-of-state tourists here and engaging, which they largely do and we're largely very successful with? How do we do a better job with this other group of people that's also here? It's not returning to the county. It's the risk that they carry, right? To our public service because they're not paying taxes here. They're not buying anything. They kind of just come here and leave. And I think that's a pretty good summation of what the presentation was last week. And so what we would like to get out of the next meeting, my understanding is more of a deeper dive on who those people are specifically, right? Because now marketing has shifted from mass advertising. You know, I think the last episode of Friends got 100 million viewers. That doesn't happen anymore in any kind of way. There is no media outlet outside the Super Bowl that gets like this monoculture advertisement. So now with tech, marketing is all about that micro targeting. Who are these like very specific groups of people? And you need to meet them where they're at because there isn't even a universal media platform anymore, right? Like my dad still watches local news. Unless it involves Clear Creek County, I don't remember the last time I've looked at local news, right? And then people younger than me are even more extreme than that, where they might not even own TVs, right? And so understanding those dynamics and what those people respond to and helping our business community understand what they want to buy, because you can market to someone in the nth degree, but unless you're selling something that they're even remotely interested in, it's not going to push them to engage with you, right? So there's a lot going on here. And so like with any problem, I like to start with defining the problem. And I think defining the problem is where we're at, saying like, where are we doing well? Where are we not doing well? Where can we do better? And then the conversation is, if there's a universal alignment between the municipalities, the county, and the tourism bureau on what we can do to improve our low performing demographics, how we do that and what strategies we're willing to engage in to try to do that. Keeping it in the context of, I think since this is actually a great meeting to talk about this with the romp, in a lot of ways, we are at capacity, right? Our tide pool is full, right? We just need to make sure that what we're doing is as well as we can with what we have. And right now, that 65% leakage is pretty big. I mean, to have 2 out of 3 people not engage in anything in the county, not even buying gas, just literally driving back to their house or going to Golden to do their business after they've spent an average of 280 minutes here recreating, is lost opportunity with our existing infrastructure, right? We don't need to really change a lot other than trying to get them to engage with us. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's really helpful. It's kind of like refresh the conversation.
I still just want something on Floyd Hill,
Oh, I know.
a coffee shop, a brewery, a restaurant.
We cut my commute down too. I go
Yeah,
there.
This is like, I think educating, let me see here. How do I start? How do I start this? Here's my takeaway from what you've observed is that our city neighbors are an underappreciated portion of our visitors. And it's less about getting them to come here and more about improving their spend when they are here.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a huge potential customer base here. Huge. And that's the thing is like, we get as many visitors. That's people who do not work here and do not live here, right? Get out of their car for more than 10 minutes. That's the standard for a visit. We have as many as Vail. And Aspen does, but Aspen's printing money and we're not, right? And so we need to understand why that happens. And part of, I'm sure if you ask them, but they're largely doing fairly well with recuperating their investment on their tourists, where our dynamic is a lot different, right? And our uniqueness and our proximity to the metro is our biggest opportunity and our biggest liability. And so I want to make sure that we are understanding that dynamic at a very fundamental base level before we start, when we start making further investments, further policy decisions. And this is not just a marketing thing. This is a business development situation. This is we need a lot of alignment to be able to make sure that we're pulling enough levers in the right ways to really start changing that dynamic, right? Because we can market all we want, but if we don't have the right businesses, it's not going to matter, right? And it's having that larger conversation too.
So let's start with this. Like, do we agree with the first half of that narrative, right? That we need to focus on our city neighbors and try to improve their spend.
But I wanted to use an example of, Colton knows that I hang out in Leadville a lot. It's my escape, was my escape. It's my staycation place. I used to travel a lot, go up to Oregon, go down to South Padre. We would take the family, go fishing, do all kinds of stuff. And since COVID, we have changed our behavior. But one thing that I noticed that Leadville changed some of their shops is they have, it's called Melanzana. I think it's an outdoor clothing. So you can go and watch them make clothing. That's something that I enjoy as a local. And if we kind of like, instead of had all the shops that had all the same touristy, the trinkety things to buy, I don't think people are buying that stuff anymore. My two younger kids, they don't even want stuff. They don't even have a dining room table. They are completely changing. They're not collecting things like our generations did. It's all about the experience. So, but clothing is something that they do, this is just an example, not saying we would go do the same thing, but there is a line. It's a building like the size of the Teller House, I would say, or maybe bigger. There's a line all the way out and around the corner.
You have to get reservations 6 months in advance.
So
You can go in.
I mean, that is a very successful.
That's light manufacturing. And so that's about which businesses can we attract? And it's related to this.
So I think it's important for the three of you to note, especially when in the room next Tuesday, is it, I think we all agree with the data that what the data is showing us, but this is a difficult conversation for your partners in this town, for Idaho Springs to hear that they don't have the right mix of shops in their own downtown to capture the folks that we're trying to capture, right? That's a difficult.
So there's what I think, if we are agreed that focusing on our city neighbors and trying to improve their spend is sort of what the strategic approach is for. And then the question is how, and I have some thoughts, but I don't always have to start. How, like, what do we think about what we should be advocating for to shift?
I mean, I think definitely recognizing that the demographics and the people that are coming up and what they're doing as their, I call it the free stuff, those types of people, and then what are they spending their money on in the other counties besides beer?
Well, I think Colson's point is that they're so close to home, they go to their friend's bar, but.
And that's part of the challenge, right? Is those ingrained patterns, right? Because they're local. They're not even really thinking about what else is out there, right? They live, and we all do that. It's human nature, right? It's partly the businesses, but I think it would be huge to look at, okay, of all the ones in Golden that we're bleeding off a lot of secondary visits to, what do they look like? Right? What are these businesses? And then say, hey, do we have anything that even looks like this, right? That operates this way or offers this kind of experience, right? An example of one that does really well, and I told myself I wouldn't pick on specific businesses, but they're not in the county, is Morrison Inn. In Morrison, because they have live music. Do we have anything here that has outdoor live music in the summer?
So what used to be Kermit's, which is
Yeah.
now Two Brothers, that was a very popular hangout.
Two
live
Bears.
music. Two Bears, yeah. It was a very popular hangout, but it was more of a
biker hangout.
Well, another one of the big ones that we bleed off a lot of visits to, and in the magnitude of like thousands of visits, is that Roadhouse, Rowdy Dogs. It's another live music biker bar, right? And
But where is that?
it's well, it's off Colfax, but like
Okay.
when Colfax basically hits the mountains, right? It's
Okay.
kind of like right there in Golden. They have live music. It is a biker bar, right? And we see a lot of like bleed off from Guanella Pass to that place where people ride them past and they drive past Two Bears and they even drive past, what's the one in Evergreen?
A Little Bear?
No, it's the one that's in the old downtown anyway, but it's another biker bar.
Little
Is it Little Bear? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Little Bear? Yeah. And then they go all the way to Colfax, right?
Mhm.
And we just need to ask ourselves why.
We need roadhouses.
Right. Well, that's a roadhouse, right? A thing that looks maybe more like Morrison Inn, right? We see success, right? We're seeing these connections. So to our open space, our recreational opportunity, and see if we can duplicate or replicate or in some capacity understand that so that they're stopping here now, right?
So I can think, go ahead.
I just was gonna say something that I think all these places have in common too, that I see like they bus people to that Rowdy House or whatever it is. They have those huge parking lots. They have a lot of outside venue things. So they have the big patio so you can be outside, enjoy the air, and we have the creek, where we don't really build businesses along the creek that has patios where Georgetown does. And look at how successful that is along the lake. People can watch the paddle boarders go by while they're enjoying lunch.
Yeah, good point. And there are more opportunities than we want to think, right? As far as places where new businesses could show up. But there's also this thing about the existing businesses and saying, so this is one of the three things that I think, like, if we're talking about like a three-pronged thing here. One of them is educating businesses about the offerings that our city neighbors currently want, right? There's this huge number of people that are in this community. Here's what they want. They're more likely to show up and buy stuff from you if you have this stuff, right? So I think that's one element of a successful strategy. The other one is in our marketing to emphasize those business offerings that have what these demographics want. And that's that is the more dangerous, controversial strategy to advocate for, because the conversation about how to spend public marketing dollars, there's a fairness component. Should we pick one brand and hope that people respond to the one brand and then just like naturally end up in these businesses? Or do we want to actually say, like, we're going to use these marketing dollars as an incentive for these businesses, and we're going to use these marketing dollars where we think they'll be effective because they're actually marketing to something that somebody wants, and say, we're in our marketing campaign towards our city neighbors. We're going to name the businesses that we think offer what these people have, what these people want. So it's late in the day, I'm getting confused.
You are getting confused. Yeah, because you may recall that you and I discussed this individually. I prefer to give advice on whether we should name individual businesses in any type of communications in an executive session.
Okay. So I think that's a next step for us, is to have an discussion about legal advice about whether marketing dollars can name specific businesses.
I would say too, though, I would think that maybe if we could get together with business owners and, those that want to be involved, and they probably have no clue, right, what's going on. They don't understand why people aren't buying their stuff, or, I do hear COVID, like ever since COVID.
And that's where that demographic shift flipped.
Yeah.
Right?
And they don't know, is it going to come back? And I'm sure some of the people that had been doing that for 20, 30 years are thinking they'll just come back, and probably not. I think society has there's just a turnover, there's some things that every 200 years, something happens, every 100 years. It's just the way things change. And COVID kind of, maybe it was getting ready to do that anyways, but it just went over the cliff then. And that's, because my kids had changed their behavior before, so that just, that axed it, and I think a lot of people, you're a millennial, right?
I'm an old millennial, yes.
So, do you think the same way that we do when you're spending money?
I don't think the same way my parents did.
Right. And we were just talking about our kids. We have this stuff like they don't want it. We have our old china cabinets and nobody wants them anymore.
Let alone
So
grandmother's china, right?
people have to just realize that change is here, it's happened, and either you can go with it or you can just be left behind. And I think once a couple places maybe change and then they see, oh, they're busy, they're making a lot of money, then I would hope that they would change their business model as well.
Yeah, I mean, that one is clear and it's not controversial, right? And there's a CCEDC.
I was thinking the same thing.
Right, educating businesses about what they can offer that the people who are here actually want. The third component of this, I think, is to deliver marketing where our city neighbors will see it in ways that they will appreciate it. Right? So like, and there's a bunch of guidance on here, right? And we just sent, like, we identified this demographic and our tourism bureau mailed them a booklet, right? Mailing people to this demographic is the least effective method. And so it's like there is a need for a shift in our approach here to deliver marketing where they will see it in a way that it's relevant to them. And I think some of that is around helping, like there's overlap with trailhead stuff, right? Because you could be marketing at trailheads. And there's like digital innovation stuff there. There's a lot there. But that's the third, as I think about sort of three components of the strategy, those are the three components that I think about.
Well, the tourism board just gained, I watched the interview when somebody was wanting to be on the tourism board, and that was what she was talking about, was digitally sending, they land at DIA and then they get shot coupons to places in Clear Creek.
Yeah, and that's an important point because like our tourists, like it's not like we just should start ignoring them, right? Like
absolutely.
We're not talking about like going from 100 to 0. So I mean, are we, legal concerns aside, what do we think about these three components of a strategy to shift, to try to focus on improving the spend of our city neighbors who are already here?
Well, I like the idea of maybe putting QR codes on trailhead signs.
Right.
Looking for a place to eat, boom. Looking for bike equipment, boom, or something like that. Because people are more likely to whip out their phones than even pick up a flyer these days, right?
Well, how many people went to Breckenridge to look at the
ice sculptures?
No, the I can't remember the name, the wooden sculpture thing.
Oh, the troll.
The trolls, yeah.
Trolls. I mean, that's some things that you could do, to get people in certain areas instead of them all go into this one place. You could kind of disperse them out.
But the nice thing about our situation and the advantage that we have is we already got the trolls. We've got the closest, best recreation to the metro of nearly anybody, right? We can offer a Summit County level outdoor experience 30 minutes from your house, not 2 hours plus the tunnel plus 9 wrecks, like, you know what I mean? So it's a matter of turning that back into making sure that they engage in our business community, because unlike Summit, where no one's going to drive 3 hours back to their house, they might stay overnight or they're more willing to spend money because they're not so proximal. We have to try to keep them here, right? At least to do something else. And the trolls and stuff are great, I think. And I'm talking to the Georgetown board promotions board tomorrow about the hockey event. It was pretty successful.
Good.
That event, because it brought in a lot of people from out of state, they only leaked 10% of their business activity outside of the town, right? And largely those people were local. But everyone who flew in stayed here, ate here, right? So we have to, because of our available land, and I said this before at the meeting last time, we do not have the quantity advantage. We just can't build 1,000 things and hope some of them work. We need to be like way more specific. This is going to be a multi-pronged thing, right? It's figuring out what events actually return our investment, right? It's what kind of businesses are really working here. How do we do things like market at trailheads? But you can also geofence the trailheads and have them ping phones with advertisement, right? Right. So they don't even need to look at the QR code because there is a little bit of QR code fatigue.
Okay.
They're everywhere. It's kind of like mailers. It's cheap. So even if you don't get a huge return, it didn't cost you a lot. So it's, it's not like you bought a Super Bowl ad. But there is a lack of interest, I think, especially with the younger kids. I say kids, people in their 20s, because they've been around QR codes their whole lives. So now the novelty is like, so we just need to make sure that we're exploring every innovative way to make sure that that information is out there. The unfortunate thing for the county, and this is just my hypothesis, is that when the shift in people's behavior happened, it was during COVID, and people weren't looking to build more different routines, right? They would just go straight back to their house.
Right.
Because people, for a lot of reasons, weren't really going to restaurants, right? We're ordering to go, like we're being more cautious, and outdoor activities was a safe thing for them to do. So they built these patterns of interacting with our county in a time when business engagement was really low, right? And so we need to try to break them of that activity. The other advantage of where we are is Denver is incredibly transient. So we always have a new opportunity to build patterns with new people because there's always new people, right? And so I just think we need to start. It's really about understanding the full picture, and we're still working on that. But it's also making sure that the boards and the municipalities understand the shift, right? And that everyone's working off the same set of facts. So then when we start these conversations about what do we do next, we're all in agreement about where the inefficiencies are. And it would be worth a conversation if we want to change it too. I think we should. That's definitely my opinion, that we need to do more with our city neighbors. But there could be an argument to be made that we want the tourists, and these people don't have enough return on investment. They're not worth the money, right? I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's a position that could be brought up.
Will you read your second and third focus area? I got the first one that starts with an I and ends with Ising, but the other two?
Educate businesses about offerings that our city neighbors want and how many there are, and deliver marketing where our city neighbors will see it in ways that are relevant to them.
Deliver marketing in ways that our businesses will see.
No, our city neighbors will see it.
Our city neighbors will see, and
Means people down the hill.
In ways that are
Oh,
relevant to
metro
them.
area.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Okay, gotcha.
I know I refer to Idaho Springs as the big city, but
Well, I was thinking you meant the munis, and I was like, what?
no, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
And Idaho Springs offers a good case study because of all the municipalities, they do the best with that metro resident. By far.
Because of Tommy Knockers and boat.
Because it's the business, it's the part of it's the infrastructure. They actually have parking in some places, right?
Yeah.
It's the businesses that are offered there, and it's also its location, right? It's a little bit more like centralized along the corridor. But it has things that, like the mountain bike park. That's not a tourist activity. That's an activity that's going to be popular with people driving up on the weekends from Metro to go break their legs, go to the hospital after, right? So, but like, because they can start building habits off that kind of anchor, then the business environment around there can adapt. And we've already according to Idaho Springs, they've seen it in their sales tax.
Mhm.
But it's not equally distributed among all businesses.
Right.
Which goes back to the point. Their gift shops, their traditional tourist businesses are not doing well,
Mhm.
while they're ones that are a little bit more like relevant to metro consumers are doing really well because of the park, right? So it's not even, right? It is it's demographic.
Well, I think about our 27-year-old son.
Mhm.
He also doesn't have a dining room table. What does he spend money on? He goes out to dinner. He'll buy clothes for work, but they're kind of transition clothes. He can go for a hike after work in the same slacks he goes to work in. He's an engineer. And he likes, video games and, he probably, if he came into our area, he might stop by if we have any bike shops or, real sportswear like the Milanza stuff. But yeah, it's, as you said, it's not the touristy stuff.
It's concerts and like festivals,
Yeah.
that like the cider festival, and that's where you break the habits, is you get something, and the pond hockey is a perfect.
That's what we saw with
I didn't ever go to Georgetown, and then pond hockey showed up, so now we go to Georgetown and stop to get a chai tea, and other than that, we would go into Idaho Springs, so it's little things like that that's changed our behavior even.
Mhm.
And on Facebook, it was all over Facebook. Who's going to pond hockey?
That weekend, they been 80% more people than they've had the previous time the last year before. So not only did they bring in more people, but more importantly, those people engaged with the town and economic.
Oh, and this is the second year of Pound Hockey. So they're building on what they had.
Yeah, because I went the first year and the businesses were closed.
Oh, no.
So there wasn't a place to get a chai tea.
Wow.
I think legally we could choose to have that executive session if we really felt like gluttons for punishment.
We can legally, I can announce it into the record if that's what you're looking to have.
Do we want to have a quick conversation about how marketing dollars can and cannot be spent? I think, the reason I'm suggesting it is because we have, well, it's an important policy to me if it's legal, and we have a meeting before our next meeting with the
Tuesday.
For the mayor's meeting?
Yeah, with the mayors, so. Is it, should we can, I think at this point, we could either close the work session, keep talking if you have things to still talk about, or jump into an executive session.
Well, while we're here and while it's at the forefront of our minds, if you want to ask some questions that can't be asked legally in this arena, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay. I move the board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 246402B, 4B rather, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions related to the county's authority to use marketing dollars and the expending towards use of particular directed companies and businesses.
Got it. Second.
I.
Yeah, all in favor. Aye.
Hey, we didn't mess that one up.
Motion passes. Board will adjourn to executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will return here to complete the balance of our meeting. I'm guessing we will be back by 3:10. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We're here. The last item on the agenda is a work session to discuss public safety financing. Brian, I'm going to ask you for an update on our survey.
Surveys, we have a meeting tomorrow to go over the narrative. And a first look at the actual survey questions. We will have that for all of you to review next Monday at the 1 p.m. meeting at the Health and Wellness Center, which is the next meeting of the entire team. So we'll have, narrative was looking good. I haven't seen it since I've been back from vacation, but we'll have a full-blown narrative and survey for you to look at next Monday.
I want to make sure that it's our survey and we own it. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm happy to share the narrative and the questions with that group and ask them for feedback. I want to make sure that we're all comfortable with me framing it like that. We want to hear your feedback, but ultimately the decision about what's in that survey is ours.
As in the counties?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no one else on our team working on that other than county staff.
I just,
unlike the last one, which included fire authority.
a lot of times I will facilitate for, okay, are we agreed? And I just I'll just leave that last part off, right? And just facilitate for, what are your thoughts on this?
Other thoughts on the agenda for that day? For next Monday? Should have printed out the last one, but I did not.
I can tell you what it says. Was that? First.
The last meeting?
Yeah, it was not. It was the 29th or something. There's a crash at the tunnel. It was either one, not the 28th or the 29th. Why did oh, that was your retreat.
It was gonna be on Monday for sure. It was more February 10th.
Wow, I was way off.
We may do a Zoom.
So it says, public safety financing survey update, review of the FAQ document, discussion of historic public safety staffing and budgets, discussion of ongoing county budget challenges, state support for public safety needs, and continued discussion of fire dedicated property tax versus public safety tax, and then billing for services.
Okay, so we wanted to, were we able to get anybody with CTIO to come and talk to us about the,
That's a question for Amy.
I'm sorry.
We get confirmation on the CTIO or the CDOT person for the courtesy patrol to be at our meeting.
Someone is coming. Robert Sanchez, the person that we identified, is not available on that date. I will follow up with him to see if he's identified anybody.
I did see that email that he did say he was gonna send somebody, so somebody should be there.
and they have a good sense of what we're hoping to hear from them.
We have given them sentences that Ryan wrote.
Yeah, I shared that we just want an understanding of kind of calls that they're going on, how that benefits Clear Creek County, how it specifically benefits our law enforcement and public safety staff. Yeah, so they're aware of what we're looking for.
I mean, that's all we can do. I've not had a conversation verbally with anybody to hear them say back to me what they think we meant, so I don't know for sure how well they understand. I have given speeches about what our concerns are many times. So I'm gonna find him and.
What do we want to call that? Safety patrol.
Courtesy patrol.
Yeah, CDOT courtesy patrol.
Megan, is the FAQ at a point that's changed?
I talked to Jeremy, was it last week when we had the meeting?
Mm-hmm. And
Oh, no, I saw him at the MAC meeting with Clarissa, and he told me that he was gonna send me something soon, and he was getting all the numbers.
Do we need to get the FAQ back to that body or should we just publish it? Because I mean, we offered very specific feedback.
It's our FAQ. I mean, yeah.
Well, I just know a lot of the numbers. I don't have the numbers.
Right. Yeah, the question is, I don't know that we need to bring it back to that.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Like maybe here
Yes.
here it is.
Yep.
Makes sense, but I don't know that we need to like dig through it again.
Yes, I agree.
We did have a good meeting on last week with the sheriff and EMS and fire about getting everyone on the same data reporting metrics. For the survey.
Are you able to, if we put that on the agenda, are you able to speak to that? Because that was one of the things that we wanted to see if.
I would have to see where they're at. I'm working on with Jeff Com on everything regarding 70 itself. This is more about making sure that they're just reporting the data the same way. So it's that non-resident versus resident, not things come off 70, not, I mean, because we want to make sure that when we tell the story to the public, it's clean.
Same numbers.
Same way we're measuring, and they're working on consulting right now. I don't know where they're at on that.
Do you mind asking them if they could be prepared to provide a progress report? Maybe they don't have the final answer, but asking for a progress report could be helpful.
I guess it would be the sheriff that would have to do that, right? Because he was the only one from the.
It would be the sheriff,
EMS and Jeremy. and fire.
Jeremy /
We all
Kelly.
met. Yeah, I can talk to them.
Okay.
I mean, they'll be on the call tomorrow too.
Okay.
We can talk to them.
So does that include,
True.
Yeah.
does that include data from, what will be the mountain bike park and like Grays and Tories and all that too, or?
So that's a more targeted discussion. What we wanted to make sure is that our countywide statistics are measuring everything the same way, because the sheriff looks at it one way, the fire department looks at it, the fire authority looks at it a different way, and EMS looks at it a different way. So we're trying to make sure that just when they're talking about their exposure to non-residents, they're measuring them the same way for these high level surveys and discussions. And then if there's a specific question about Grays and Tories or the mountain bike park, we can be more specific.
Yeah, because I think we're gonna need all those numbers, aren't we? Not just I-70.
No, what we need to be able to tell the public is here's how often we're serving you and here's how often we're serving someone else.
That's why we're just doing countywide for this. We want to bring up our public safety exposure in the 1041 process or something. That's when we need like the CDOT, the
Right.
70 specific. So it just depends on the question. So for the case of the FAQ and the survey, we want to make sure that we're just talking about the county,
Everything.
right? And then if we have some other negotiation, that's why I'm working on getting a direct line to Jeffcom, because they're our best source of data for EMS or public safety in general, because they record everything, including state and stuff. So, once we have that, then we'll be able to answer more specific questions, specific locations.
Okay. I know one of the to-dos that came out of that meeting was to try to get on the same page with the fire authority about their financial needs. Because I had that meeting with Kelly and Jeremy and we came up with a set of numbers and then Kelly was reporting on a different set of numbers in the meeting. And so that's just, I'm gonna try to get, I forgot about that until right now. That's why we do these standing agenda items. I'm gonna try to get on their calendar this week so that we can provide some more clarity for next week.
You do have that incorporated, the CFAs or the CCFAs unincorporated sales tax number, right? I think I sent that to you in that matrix. I can resend it to you if you don't have it for that meeting.
If you sent it, I'll find it. Thank you. Anything else?
I got 3 items on the agenda right now, the survey review, the CDOT courtesy patrol, and then whatever we're calling the coordination of calls, but anything else?
The fourth thing to put on the agenda, if we can get there, is we are back to having a unified estimate of the fire authority's financial need. Right? I don't know, maybe is it okay if you what is the deadline to publish that agenda?
Sunday night?
Yeah, Sunday, so we would probably put it out with COB Thursday. You know,
Okay. I will by CLB Thursday, let you know if there's anything to put on the agenda for that. Are you two okay with that?
Mhm.
Okay. Cool.
Description of the, can I ask about the solicitation of the 3 unincorporated people to apply to be on the CCFA board? Did they bring a draft of the solicitation to everybody at the meeting to recruit?
I think it makes sense to just bring that to us.
Just you? Okay.
But, and thank you, because yeah, we need a recruiting strategy.
Okay.
I think we're done. Last thing on the agenda is an executive session to receive legal advice. We had the executive session we needed. I don't think we need any more.
Nope.
So you're adjourned. Thank you all for your time today.